Good evening, sir, and good evening, everyone. Give us a couple of more minutes. We will start our session. Just a couple of more minutes where we are expecting few other members to join our session today. Good evening, all. Everyone who is born in this great land has only one identity, which is we are Indians. With this patriotic saying, let us start our event today. I'm Krishna Mohan from IFERP, a unit of Technorad Group, your host for this wonderful session today. I welcome you all for this ritual event for celebrating the 74th Republic Day with IFERP India at 75, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. How blissful this evening is that we are enjoying our lives in this Republic country. Today marks a special occasion in the history of India as we celebrate the 74th Republic Day of our great nation. On this day, we remember the momentous occasion when India declared its constitution and the country began its journey to become the world's largest democracy. This day is also a celebration of our nation's unity in diversity. We are proud of our culture, which is an amalgamation of numerous cultures and traditions and is a symbol of our unity. Let us take a moment to recognize the effort of our freedom fighters and the people who have sacrificed their lives for the nation. We must remember the valiant men and women who have worked hard and sacrificed their lives to protect our nation. I would like to thank all of you for joining us at this event. Happy Republic Day to you all. National anthem is the heart of any Indian. Let's all join together in patriotism and show our pride in our nation by standing up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. Now let me begin by
not audible. Your voice is not audible.
by introducing our organizer. Research and publication is one of the life's innovation process through providing a scientific community. Sir, am I audible now?
Yeah, you are, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, I was explaining about IFERP is Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. So we are working to digitalize innovation process through professional networking services. We do this by providing an integrated virtual scientific community, encouraging mutual engagement, examining the potential of researchers, and fostering a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. More than 420 universities and institutions are collaborated with IFERP. In addition to that, more than 1 lakh members are associated with IFERP using our services in the fields of engineering, science, and technology. IFERP has initiated several initiatives such as IFERP Academy, Youth Empowerment Program, Career and Skill Development Program, Entrepreneurship Development Program, Industry Institute Interaction, Faculty Development Program, and Research Assistance and Guidance for the welfare of the youth, academicians, and society. Now it's time to welcome Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy. He is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and CEO of Technorad Group. He has 10 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP and BioLix Worldwide became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limits, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to teamwork and entrepreneurial spirit, which together have enabled him to transform risk into opportunities to handle ever-changing environments in education and technologies. His research interests include image processing, antenna, and wireless networks, climate change and ecology, drug discovery and communal medicines, cancer and our battle, oral health, allied health sciences, and technology for humanity are some of his concerns. Now I welcome you, sir, to deliver the special address on India as knowledge market, Vedic era to generation alpha. Welcome, sir. You can take over the session, please.
Thank you very much, Krishna Mohan, for this wonderful introduction in this lovely evening. Hope my voice is clear.
Yes, sir. We can hear you clearly.
Good evening, everyone. We, millennia academic entrepreneurs, have celebrated Republic Day in our school in previous millennium with some dramatic imagination and philosophical thoughts. It's almost 5:15 p.m. now. The sun is about to set, making the sky blood saffron, and our farmers have turned the bare agro lands of our country, grown green, increasing the agricultural productivity for a record-breaking of 300 million tons to make the country self-sustained in food and agricultural production in last 7 years. As if the nature is saluting our country with resemblance of tricolor in horizon of the evening in the eve of India at 75, welcoming us with million possibilities to bring scientific revolutions in globe, implicating statements of French philosopher and astrologer Nostradamus' predictions come true. Few lines of those childhood murmurs are reverberating in my mind. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तां हमारा, हम बुलबुलें हैं उसकी, वो गुलस्तां हमारा. Excellencies, revered dignitaries, honorable speakers, patriotic nation-building engineers, and my loved more than 150,000 plus members, faculty and professional members of IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, and all of you beautiful ladies and gentlemen in this wonderful evening. It's a spellbounding evening that we are celebrating our country's 75th year of independence last year, and we celebrate this era as an epoch-making period that is dreamed to have transitions and transformations with the name of India at 75. Welcoming you all with more than 300 million young researchers, those who have relentlessly worked on field of science, technology, engineering, and management in healthcare humanities are being nurtured in this country every year. This contributes to the economic and social growth of the country, and we are proud to say that we are the 5th largest economy in the globe, surpassing the Britain last year. Dear friends, cognitive plurality is the source of cultural and structural diversity of Indian societies. The realms of higher educations in historicity encompasses not merely philosophical, spiritual, metaphysical, rather scientific, literature, linguistics, political, and even more sensual areas. The classical scripts of Vedas and Upanishads have profound evidences of trailblazing contributions and excellences in field of science, literature, and different cognitive areas. Our country is the amalgamation of multiple thoughts. These thoughts have provoked belief led to imaginations. Imaginations like Puspak Viman led to innovations. Innovations resulted in inventions, and our invention of India is directed directly towards the sustainable development of the globe. We believe science inculcated in India and the technology we develop is meant for sustainable development of the globe, and it is meant for the welfare of the humanity. Because our tradition, our culture, our belief emphasizes on Vasudhaivam Kutumbakam, that makes the world a peaceful place to live with harmony and brotherhood. We believe service to mankind is service to God. The Bhagavad Gita's lines says Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhavet. Archaeological surveys and remains of Takshila universities dating back to 5th centuries before Christ, Mithila University, Nalanda, we talk of Balavi, Saradapit, and whatnot beyond the texts of history. Diversity of knowledge was possible because of the freedom to intellectual pursuit and openness of society to absorb and tolerate. Indeed, the great deals of science and literature exists in form of handwritten manuscripts that have been ever translated, not ever translated, studied, or digitally preserved. The thoughts of treatment and surgeries depicted in the walls and sculptures of our ancient monument enthusiasts academic entrepreneurs like us to work towards imagery and audio-based forms of presentations and citation management. Neglect of science scripted in regional dialects, Sanskrit, Pali have further buttressed by adoptions of Western academic system. Higher education systems inculcated by Britain was experiencing over the experience of a decade experience of entrepreneurship in academic field by looking at the market, the cultural and social and professional lives of India. I strongly believe this has encountered the academic systems buttressed by Britain, by British rule and the cultural values of India. There's absolutely, we believe there is a slag, there is a gap that still exists even in the alpha generation level. The dimensions of higher educations in British rule, we can say had 4 dimensions, 4 verticals. We could brief them and let's discuss about the problems and scenario even our generation faces today because of it and the solutions to them, how we as academic entrepreneurs and the generations of millennium generations or alpha generations could deal with it and successfully make our country one of the leading academic and scientific center in the globe. The point number 1 is called local orientation. We come to point number 2, content orientation, goal orientation, and elite minority orientation. If we brief local orientation, the entire of the Britain is almost even smaller in geographical areas than state of Tamil Nadu in India. Infrastructures for professional studies were confined to the metropolitan and cosmopolitan cities, making more developing districts and underdeveloped states deprived of the higher education infrastructure, even in such a mass lands of Indian subcontinent. Ecological and cultural aspects of Indian societies got neglected due to sheer spatial discrimination. There was hardly any attempt to understand the indigenous system of education, engineering, science, and technology. Urbanity in these regions, particularly in these developed cities where the educational institutions by Britain government was established, rose to in form of modernity. This modernity without any boundaries encapsulated with abrupt adoptions of Western civilization, thus disrupting our values of Sanatana Dharma. Coming to the next point, the content orientation. Let's understand the British emphasized on general and liberal system of education rather than concentrating on science, technology, engineering, and management. Purpose was to create an imperialism with abstract level to concentrate on the superiority of the Western life. The goal orientation, if we talk about, education system developed by British rule was primarily to build up a class of clerk profound in reading, writing English. They could manage the governance and facilitate the operation model of ruling in law and order. Developmental tasks like inventions and innovations were hardly prioritized. This led to bureaucratic system development, which was highly imperial, rigid, formal, and based on codified rules. So those bureaucratic systems still exist in the systems that condemns the existing growth of academic and scientific educations. If we talk about English rules, English have always focused on elite minority. British pattern of higher education was meant to cater an elite minority of society in major segment of the major segments were deprived of the higher educations and were exploited by the educated sections engaged to serve in so-called dominant aristocrats. Education system in India thrived as an emerging expertise in a higher education in post-independence era by expanding its infrastructure to more than 1,057 plus universities with 50,000 plus academic institutions where 38 million students are having higher education implanted. Enlightening to the goal, enlightening to globe is our responsibility, and we are the second largest educator in globe, second to China, in educating international students. Our country is delivering higher educations to 26% of world's learned populations, out of which we are in a verge of expanding the percentage and the ratio to 50% by 2035. As we have well understood, the implementations of history-making policy of national education policies that emphasizes on implementations of post-education system is remarkable, that reiterates the firm understandings how wisdom can raise the business and business amplifies national economies. Buddhi ki kashyam jadinasti vidya, vidya ki karjam jadinasti sastra, vidya pasate loke, vidya sarvatra gaurava, vidya lavate sarvam, vidya sarvatra pujayate. Since over a decade of organizations, techno-merit groups like IFERP and the subsidiaries like Institute for Engineering Research and Publications are firmly committed to focus on internationalizations of leading methodologies and research ideas. Scientific communities and special interest groups of governed, administered, and operated by Techno-merit Research and Development Association, and particularly Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, works on the voids of realistic educations beyond the classroom that emphasizes and focuses towards driving the community integrated and synchronized towards Industrial Revolution 5.0, with a goal to surfeit employment and produce opportunities of jobs in our country. The ideologies of citing research methodologies in the ancient sculptures, looking at ancient monuments, ignites us to promote learning management systems in form of imagery studies, audio and video, rather than the pre-existing primitive system of citing text and articles in journals and books. Over years, we have believed higher educations and professional studies, being boundless to science and technology, must be basic fundamental rights for every Indian. In spite of that, I still regret to say the many technical educations with some instances of high concern have converted engineering campuses to store and warehouse of e-commerce companies. It's high time I urge our members and associates across the nation to commit their wisdom and intellectuality with learned and what they have learned and gained from the community and society. It's the time to pay back towards the economic transformations of the nation with their expertise and with their knowledge through the platforms created by Institute for Engineering Research and Publications. Our virtual communities for learned professionals are about to kickstart the digital universities. I'm glad to know about the magnificent initiatives of university grant commissions to opening the gates for establishments of campuses of international universities. This will definitely pull up academic investments. This will definitely pull up resources and will definitely compensate the brain drain which our country has been incurring over the last 10 years. I urge our members, IFERP associates, institutions, universities all across the globe to unite and join the venture to create a common platform of circulating and knowledge sharing so that we can make our country a better place to live, and we can lead the globe, as it has been predicted by Bhagavad Gita, that there will be a time when the leadership will thrive from the south of Deccan and south of Asia, particularly with the transitions and operations model, where and we believe today the economic transitions and scientific transitions happening in India will not take more time to reach that crest and to make our country world's largest economy and world's most potential country in field of science, higher education, technology, management, and healthcare. I wish you everyone a wonderful Republic Day. But before that, the words of Bhagavad Gita is reverberating in my mind. Yada yada dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttana madharmasya tadatmanam sujamyaham paritranaya sadhuna vinasaya chadushkritang dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And your words are perfectly registered here. And before inviting our speaker of the first session, Sri B.K. Venkataramu, former Associate Director and Scientist, Liquid Propulsion System Center, ISRO, to deliver the special keynote address on Indian space program. I would like to introduce him. He was graduated from University Visvesvaraya College of Engineering, Bangalore, in Mechanical Engineering in 1967, and later obtained his MS from IIT Madras. Starting his career in ISRO, Bangalore in 1977, he was specialized in the field of propulsion system for spacecraft. He is responsible for total indigenization of propulsion systems for a range of satellites for interplanetary missions, Chandrayaan-1 and Mars orbiter mission, and space capsule recovery experiments. He also played a major role in the success of Chandrayaan-1 and Mars orbiter missions. Welcome, sir. You can take over the session, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, I can hear you now.
My screen is visible?
Sir, we can't see you, sir.
Screen is not visible, sir. It's blurry.
So I will share the screen.
Yes, sir,
Start
please.
video I have begun. Yeah, I have given start video. It's a Zoom with the start video. You are able to see it now. Oh. Okay, we will get started as it is. PowerPoint I would like to share. I'm trying to share. Yeah, share screen.
So you have a right below, it says share screen.
Yeah, I have given that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are able to see the slide now?
Yes, sir, we can.
We can, just one. Yeah, good evening to all. What a wonderful occasion and what a wonderful celebration of 74th Republic Day with IFERP. That is India at 75. That is the theme of this session. It has been a great pleasure to be a participant in this. You are able to see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Ah, very good.
Yes.
So now this, the topic given to me is India in space. As all of you know, ISRO is bubbling with many projects, many successes, and of course, with some occasional failures. But it is a part of the big game what ISRO is playing, and that is that is also so with majority of the space players, global space players. Now, the ISRO as it is, it humbly started with the sounding rockets. But before that, there was what is known as Indian Committee for Space Research. something like that was there. And after all these committees, 1975, the Department of Space was what established. By then, with that itself, there was a good beginning made with the testing of some of the sounding rockets and so on. But before that, the first chairman of ISRO, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the founder and called the father of the Indian space program, he thought that there were many arguments. Is space research relevant to a country like India, a poor country it is then? Is it relevant for our country? But he was very clear. There are some questions who question the relevance of space activities in a developing nation. But he was very much convinced that we should be second to none in the application of advanced technologies to the real problems of the man and the society. You know, it is a very costly game, and a lot of investment was what required. And that was the time when the real question came regarding the relevance of the space research, because it is highly expensive research and we have no background. But we cannot say that we did not have any background, because in the 18th century itself, Tipu Sultan used some country-made rockets as the weapons, and it was told the weapons developed by Tipu Sultan developed the entire railway wagon which was carrying the weapons to fight against India or some of the territories. So we cannot say that the rocketry was not available in India. It was started elsewhere, but it was really started by Tipu Sultan himself in the 18th century. But ISRO started with the rocket research first. They made a humble beginning by launching one of the first launch of Nike Apache on the 21st of 1963. This was a foreign sounding rocket. You know, sounding rockets are the one which are launched around 70 to 80 kilometers altitude with some pressure, altitude, temperature monitoring of the atmosphere. So ISRO made a humble beginning in the year 1963. And even today, the sounding rocket programs are continuously running, and we have a record number of sounding rockets flown. In fact, every week, every Thursday evening, there will be a sounding rocket launch in the Tumba, that is in the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. Based on this humble beginning, ISRO developed bigger and bigger sounding rockets called Rohini 200, 300, Mark 1, Mark 2, and so on. Once the understanding of the sounding rockets and the acquiring the data from the sounding rockets are very clear, then ISRO ventured into the development of satellite launch vehicle. The very first satellite launch vehicle was an SLV-3, satellite launch vehicle 3, that was that had a capability of lifting 45 kilograms of satellite. So we had, of course, one or two failures prematurely in the initial stage, but in the we had the real taste of success of the SLV-3 in the year 1980. After this success, then the rocket was modified into augmented satellite launch vehicle with additional solid boosters attached to the main SLV. And that also we had one failure, and after that failure, we could launch a satellite of 150 kilograms. Of course, these satellites had very small payloads and used mainly for meteorological studies and for atmospherical studies. Based on the success of the ASLV, then we promoted ourselves into PSLV, Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, which then had a capability of 1 ton. But then subsequently, the liftoff mass, it could carry a satellite up to about 1,600 kilograms. And PSLV, we had series of successes. More than 45 to 50 launches have been a success, and we had no failures in between. We had a series of successes in the PSLV, and it is today one of the workhorse of ISRO, and many foreign launches are taking place in this way, in this PSLV vehicle, and is also earning a lot of revenue for ISRO. With basically the orbit of the PSLV will be around 600 to 800 kilometers between the north and the south pole, and they are basically used for the launching of the remote sensing satellite, that is mainly for Earth observation and mapping of the Earth, and for meteorology and so on, geographic this one, and forest mapping, water resource, for petroleum and other mineral resource mapping, and so on and so forth. And ISRO has been a premier institution today globally in the area of remote sensing, both in terms of the launch vehicle and also in terms of the developing remote sensing satellite. In fact, today we have launched more than 50 remote sensing satellites. Of course, their life will be limited to 3 to 5 years. Generally, they have worked between 5 and 7 years in orbit, and they have been used for various applications like forest mapping, ground mapping, cartography, town planning, ocean studies, fish monitoring, and so on and so forth. With this success of the PSLV, there was also a requirement for the telecommunication satellite. You know, ISRO had a first launch of a telecommunication satellite in the year 1980 in the way of Apple, experimental Ariane passenger payload experiment. That's an experimental communication satellite weighing about 600 kilograms. And we had an offer from the Ariane Space Agency in one of their developmental flights. So we flew our first communication satellite in the late 1980, early 1981, and we had a reasonable success and full acquaintance with the operation and launching of the communication satellite. With this, you know, the communication satellites, we need to go to an orbit of 36,000 kilometers from the Earth. So we did not have the capability of launching this satellite in our own rockets. So we were always going to the European Space Agency, who had developed the Ariane vehicle, which had a capability of launching more than 6 tons. So we have utilized the Ariane launch vehicle, and subsequently we continued our program, communication satellite program, with using the Ariane launch vehicle. Before that, since we did not have the acquaintance in the 80s regarding the communication, development of communication satellite, ISRO imported. Am I audible clearly?
Yeah, you are very clear, sir. Very clear.
ISRO imported 4 spacecraft in INSAT-1 series, INSAT-1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D from the Ford Aerospace Corporation, USA. And they built the satellite by training our engineers and scientists in the US, and they also launched, and we operated. Of course, we had the first satellite in that also was a failure. Subsequently, the remaining 3 satellites were utilized for all our communication purpose. With the training and the background given by the Ford Aerospace, ISRO developed their own communication satellite in the name of GSAT series and also in the name of INSAT series. The very first satellite was INSAT-2A, and INSAT-2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. We had a series of 5 satellites in the INSAT-2. We had another 5 satellites developed in the INSAT-3 for various applications, and ISRO became totally self-sufficient in the development and operation and utility of this communication satellite, which were put into geosynchronous orbit. But then all these satellites were launched mostly from the foreign satellite. If you look at some of the application of the remote sensing satellite, what I was telling, you can see the first is the agriculture and soil mapping. So that will give you full details about the soil and the land, the quality of the sand, what type of crop can be grown, forest environment, similarly water resource. water resource today, this has been one of the very popular application as far as the remote sensing satellite is concerned. Similarly, the wasteland management and how to make the wasteland fertile, and the complete fishing with regard to the ocean. There is a ocean set which has a payload of ocean color monitor, which had a payload of ocean color monitor, and with that you can get the fish density in the sea, and the fishermen on a daily basis, they get the information which longitude and latitude of the sea they should approach to have a fishing harvest. So that has been a regular objective going on, and this remote sensing satellite has been a continuous application, and it is in a day-to-day application as far as the country is concerned. This is one image of the cartography, what you see here. This is with regard to one of the cities where you get the complete information about the town planning and the arrangement, and what type of arrangement, infrastructure, road infrastructure and other facilities that can be provided. This is one of the very famous application of Cartosat-2, and this is also in use for many of our defense applications. If you look at the communication satellite here, it's mainly for broadcasting, communication, radio and television communication, and meteorological application. In fact, and I think all of you remember in the earlier days, we were getting the weather monitoring every day in the Doordarshan news through this inset pictures only. So we have a lot of application, including EduSat, where the long distance education can be carried out from a common place, and it can be spread over the entire country. Similarly, for the telemedicine, regarding the doctor's consultation and advice. So there are various application, and this telemedicine also has been one of the very popular application of this communication satellite. You know, the communication satellite will be initially, you can see here, it will be put in an elliptical orbit. Subsequently, the elliptical orbit is gradually converted into a circular orbit, and all this at a distance of 36,000 kilometers from the Earth, and with an inclination of almost 0 degrees with reference to the equator, because that is the point where the relative motion between the Earth and the satellite will be 0. The satellite, we can have continuous communication. So this is one of the greatest application, and this is how that is there. And similarly, we have navigation satellite, as all of you know. Now the navigation satellite are put into application, and it is also finding it. So we have our own navigation network. We have launched already 9 satellites in this navigation satellite, and they are all put under use for the same. So having said that, we also had some interplanetary missions. Interplanetary mission, the first one was Chandrayaan-1. The main objective of this was to go to the moon and orbit around the moon planet, and then acquire all the data with regard to the moon. So the distance between the Earth and the moon is about 3.6 lakh kilometers. So it takes about 16 to 20 days for acquiring the moon. And once you go to the moon, you need to operate, you need to perform certain critical operations to orbit around the moon. And ISRO has been very successful in orbiting around the moon. In fact, ISRO is the only first country in the world to find out water availability on the moon surface. So this is how we reach the moon in various stages, various burning of the motors what we have. And this gives a gist of various payloads that are available. So we have the terrain mapping camera, we have moon mineralogy, and the synthetic aperture radar, and so on and so forth. All these things have been put to use. And you can see one of the camera that is available as a payload, that this is how it has acquired a crater on the moon. You know, these craters can be as big as about 50 kilometers in diameter. It can be even 100 kilometers in depth. In fact, one of the craters have been named after the person Van Hoo, who in the 300 BC itself wanted to go to moon but could not succeed. So after the success of the Chandrayaan-1 mission, ISRO focused on the Mars orbiter mission. You know, the Mars orbiter mission, you will have to traverse for about 290 days to capture the Mars orbit. And once you go to the Mars orbit, the satellite will be having very high velocity, and you will have to decelerate the velocity, you will have to decelerate the capsule, and then you will have to acquire the moon orbit, Mars orbit. So in fact, the satellite has to be in operation during its traverse for about 296 to 300 days, and then the proper control and orbit monitoring, the mission control, the flight dynamics, the health monitoring of the satellite, they are all very critical. And ISRO and India is the first country in the world to acquire the Mars orbit for the first attempt. There has been several attempts by several countries, but they all dashed into the moon surface. They all landed on they all hit the Mars surface. But ISRO is the first country in its first attempt. They were very successful at a very low cost. In fact, what is told is the cost of Mars orbiter mission is less than the cost of a Hollywood movie. That is what is the famous slogan that is told. And ISRO got many international awards for being successful in the very first attempt. Having said that, then the ISRO attempted to land on the moon. So ISRO, we developed a rover and a lander. A rover is nothing but Chandrayaan-1, but the rover is nothing but Chandrayaan-1. But the orbiter is nothing but Chandrayaan-1. The orbiter carried along with it lander and a rover. So the orbiter puts the moon, takes the lander and the rover into the moon orbit and separates itself, and it continues to work as a satellite orbiting around the moon. That is still orbiting as far as the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter is concerned. As far as the lander is concerned, once it got separated, the lander has to land on the moon surface. The lander functioned perfectly well till the last 7 seconds. And during the last stages, there was some anomaly in the sensors and other areas. So the perfect landing could not take place and it crashed into the moon surface. So, and even we could not separate the lander separately from the rover. So that mission was partially successful. Having said that, ISRO is also planning to now aim at Chandrayaan-3. The mission, this is the moon mission successor. This is proposed to be launched during this year. In this second attempt, it is aimed to achieve a soft landing on the south pole of the lunar surface, which is the least explored region of the moon. Nobody has explored that area. But this Chandrayaan-3 now, there is no proposal to carry an orbiter, a fully functional orbiter, but there is a satellite which carries the lander to the moon orbit and gets separated. So now this experiment is proposed sometime in the middle or third quarter of this year. Gaganyaan is another very important project for ISRO, as all of you know. ISRO is the fourth country other than US, Russia, and China. ISRO is going to be the fourth country to be successful in this mission. The proposal is to carry out 2 crewless flights. That means there is no crew, there is no man in this, but it is scheduled. It is everything is going to be there. The complication here is the entire launch vehicle. This is proposed for JSLV Mark III launch vehicle. This has a capability to carry about 10 tons of the payload into a low Earth orbit of 300 to 400 kilometers around the Earth. So now the first and the foremost requirement in this case is the launch vehicle is to be human rated. That is, it should have the safety features to carry men in this launch vehicle. Then in addition, you need to qualify and a crew module where it should contain environment control, pollution control, and all the environment that is necessary for the human to sustain and survive. And it should also carry a service module to carry the crew module. So the launch vehicle puts the capsule, both the crew module and the service module, into a desired destination. Then the crew module and the service module get separated as an integrated module, and it will be orbiting around the Earth. The mission is to have an orbit duration of about 7 days around the Earth. Then we will have to re-enter, the crew module has to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down into the sea, and the crew module has to be recovered from the sea. So the service module has powerful engines, and that will maintain the crew module along with it for 7 days in the orbit. And it also redirects the end crew module towards the Earth and carries back to the Earth up to the re-entry phase up to about 80 kilometers above. And then the service module gets separated, and the crew module on its own, with its own control, with 2 parachutes with it, will splash down on the sea, and the capsule shall be recovered either by the sea divers or by the aircraft. There are various methods to recover. So this is one of the most important and very crucial, very important mission for the country. The entire country is looking for the first, the module without the crew is proposed this year end. So after that, there is going to be one more crewless, uncrewed Gaganyaan mission. Then the final mission is present as per the present schedule. It is slated for the year 2024 end. Another very important mission for India and ISRO is an Aditya L1 mission. This is in collaboration with NASA. NASA is giving NASA-ISRO synthetic aperture radar. So it's a joint venture. This is going to be again launched by our own PSLV vehicle, and this also is slated for launch this year. This is supposed to travel for 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth towards the Sun. And there is a point called L1, Lagrangian point, where the gravitational pull is going to be the same. And that is the point where you can monitor the Sun's atmosphere and all the parameters related to the Sun. All the payloads and other imported, the NASA payloads are also getting nearly ready, and many simulation tests have already been completed. This also is slated for launch this year. In addition to the, for GSLV Mark III, ISRO has developed the cryogenic engine. Now there is a development for the semi-cryogenic engine, less polluted, higher performance semi-cryogenic engine, and many other new developments are going on. And ultimately the satellite to satellite docking experiments are proposed. That is also a project going on. And in-orbit fuel, for example, the satellite is in orbit. The satellite life is decided by the quantum of fuel, the propellant that is available. So there is also a proposal to send another capsule and refuel the spacecraft on orbit itself. All these experiments and developments are going on, and this is a continuing process. And ISRO is now second to none of the other nations in the use of the space technology, especially for the growth of the country. And many offspring of development from the launch vehicle and satellite have been used by many private industries for their own application, including medical application. And there are many young startup companies who have come, who are working on this launch vehicle. Recently, one of the companies from Skyroot from Hyderabad, they also launched a solid propellant single stage rocket also. So there are hundreds of small companies working on space missions today. Many young companies are developing 300 to 400 kg spacecraft, so on and so forth. Having said that, there is a lot of support from the government of India, and the team ISRO is young and quite strong, going ahead with meeting the national requirement. So I would like to thank IFERP for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts on the ISRO in space, India in space. Thank you very much for all of you for having listened patiently.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a great honor.
Thank you, sir. And we are extremely grateful to have you as our esteemed speaker. And there is much more to be learned from ISRO's path, which is both inspirational and both moment and a proud moment for us as an Indian to follow and support ISRO. And we do have a few more questions which has been raised from the participants, but due to the time constraint, we will organize a separate webinar again with the speaker so that we can have interaction in next coming days. So we will go further with the next speaker. Our second session speaker is Sri Ashish Chung, ITS, Assistant Director General, Department of Telecom, Government of India, who will be discussing about 5G and India's digital transformation. And Sri Ashish Chung is an Indian Telecom Service Officer of 2015 batch, recruited through the prestigious Indian Engineering Service Examination conducted by UPSC. So currently, he is posted as Assistant Director General in the Department of Telecommunication at Hyderabad. He has done BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Golgathios College of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida, and Masters in Sociology from Usmania University, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir, and you can take over the session, please.
I'll share my screen. Thank you so much. I'll just share.
Thank you, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Okay. I'll just start. So a very good evening to all of you, and a very happy 74th Republic Day to every one of you. So just before starting this, I would like to tell you that on 26th November 1949, we had actually adopted and enacted our constitution. But the day of commencement is celebrated as 26 January 1950, because in 26 January 1930, we had celebrated our Purna Swaraj Day. So that day had a historical significance. For that reason, 26 January is celebrated as the Republic Day. So I congratulate each one of you for the 74th Republic Day, and thank you IFERP for giving me this opportunity and letting me connect to such a wide audience. So the topic for my discussion is 5G and India's digital transformation. Now, when we talk about 5G, the first thing that comes to our mind is speed, bandwidth, and flawless and bufferless streaming of ultra high definition videos. But is 5G only about good download speeds or excellent streaming of videos? I don't think so. There is much more to it. So moving forward, we have to understand what is the power behind the 5G punch. That is, what are the key capabilities of 5G that make it so special and so awaited? Second, based on these key capabilities, what are the use cases of 5G that are actually working? I will be discussing about cases that are actually working, operational. Thirdly, what are the key initiatives undertaken by Government of India to promote 5G ecosystem in our country? And fourth, and the most important, how this technology is going to change the quality of my life, improve it, and bring in much required socio-economic development for our nation. The first key capability of 5G is enhanced mobile broadband, also known as EMBB. This terminology is given by International Telecommunication Union, which is a part of United Nations. So if we compare the 5G, in 5G, the peak data rate is 20 Gbps. That is the maximum permitted download stream, that in ideal circumstances, this is 20 Gbps in 5G. In 4G, it was 1 Gbps. So if we compare 5G with 4G, it is going to be 20 times faster as compared to 4G. Now, even if we talk about average data rate that is normally that we are going to get, In 4G, it is 10 Mbps, but with 5G, it is going to be 100 Mbps. So in terms of average data rate also, 5G is 10 times faster as compared to 4G. The second key capability is massive machine type communication or massive IoT. We need to understand that in smart cities, a lot of sensors and devices are going to be connected. These sensors and devices will generate a lot of data with respect to traffic management, waste management, and then it can be collated and analyzed at the backend for taking better decisions for managing our cities. Now, how are we going to connect these devices and sensors? On 4G, we cannot connect it because there is a limitation on the number of devices that can be connected on 4G. Every device cannot have a broadband connectivity. So we have to connect these devices only on 5G. 5G allows us to connect nearly 10 lakh devices in a square kilometer area, whereas 4G allowed only 1 lakh devices in a square kilometer area. And with so many devices and sensors, these have to be maintained also. So we have to have them very highly energy efficient. So another property of 5G is that 5G is nearly 100 times more energy efficient as compared to 4G. So whatever devices we are going to use, or whatever mobile handset that we are going to use with 5G, it is going to drain in a lot longer time as compared to 4G. Next property is ultra reliable low latency communication. So with latency, I mean that the time taken between the command and the execution of it. In case of 5G, the latency is just 1 millisecond. But in case of 4G, the latency was 10 milliseconds. Now there are many mission critical applications, for example, autonomous vehicle or remote robotic surgery, in which we cannot tolerate any sort of delay, because if there is delay, then it may lead to a collision in case of car or life threat in case of remote robotic surgery. Now these applications are being tested on 5G network, and I think we are going to perfect them in due course of time. These are possible only with 5G. Next is mobility. Let's say you are traveling in a high-speed vehicle or a bullet train, which is moving at the speed of 500 km per hour. Then also your 5G internet is not going to be interrupted. With 4G, that speed was limited to 350 km per hour. But looking at future developments and speed of high-speed vehicles, of course, bullet trains, which will be starting in India in 2027. So we have developed a standard in 5G where even at 500 km per hour, your internet and 5G connectivity will be uninterrupted. Next property of 5G is beamforming. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, there is a 4G antenna. It is radiating in all the directions. So even if the handset is there or not there, it is going to radiate. This means that there is loss of power and resource. But if you see on the right-hand side of your antenna, the 5G antennas are using advanced technology, and they are giving electromagnetic signal only in the direction of handset. This means that resource and power is being saved. Your signal strength is going to be better, and also data stream is going to be better as compared to 4G. So the electromagnetic signal coming out of 4G tower is just like a torch beam, which is in the wider area. But in the electromagnetic signal coming out of 5G antenna is like a pinpointed laser beam. Now let us talk about the 5G use cases. This is the most important topic, which are actually working. So the first use case of 5G is fixed wireless access in rural areas. Now, this is in urban areas, in cities, we have a broadband connection at our house. We have a FTTH connection. We are using fiber broadband. So that is not a problem. But in rural areas, broadband connectivity is not much, because telecom service providers are not ready to invest a lot of money there, because revenue is less and return on investment is not that much. So what we have planned in rural areas is that we are going to install a 5G antenna in the middle of the village. Let's say a Gram Panchayat. From there, it will be connected to a receiver antenna. There is a green dot you can see on the screen. That receiver antenna will be at the top of the household, which will be further connected to a modem or a Wi-Fi router that will be giving 5G connectivity to all the devices in the household. With this fixed wireless access technology, all the devices in the rural household will be connected with a broadband-like speed. So once that speed is available, students in rural areas can enjoy interactive classroom sessions. People can do work from home. The digital divide between rural and urban areas is going to reduce, and also the migration of people from rural to urban area is going to reduce. Next is learning and training methodology based on augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. Now, these solutions are not that it is something new. These are working, but with 4G network, the experience is not that seamless, not that good. we have to, if we have to use these technologies of AR, VR, and MR, we have to use a broadband connection. We have to stay at some place, let's say our house. We cannot move out. But with 5G, we are going to get this application. We are going to enjoy it in a seamless manner because of low latency and high speed available with 5G. We can use this AR, VR, and MR while we are on the go. Now students can actually see how the core of the earth looks like, how the solar system looks like. They can actually feel it. I again reiterate that it is not that AR, VR, MR are not working right now. They are. But with 5G, we are going to get a more interactive and more immersive experience of these technologies. Next, we have a smart ambulance. This was displayed by Airtel at India Mobile Congress, which took place in October 2022. This ambulance is fitted with latest medical equipments, HD video camera, portable MRI scanners, and it is capable of transmitting data of the patient in real time to the doctors. Doctors who are in the hospital can give some advice, and some sort of treatment can be started for the patient while they are on the move towards in the ambulance towards the hospital. So this is going to save a lot of life in the golden hour or in the first 1 hour when it is very much critical for the patients. So all this real-time data transfer can happen with 5G with much reliability, more reliability as compared to 4G. This is the eyeglass, which is 5G and IoT enabled. It can identify obstacles, it can identify people, it can read text and give an audio feedback to the person who is wearing it. It is going to be a boon for visually impaired people. Next, we also have application of 5G in smart agriculture for effective crop management. Sensors are being used for soil quality monitoring. Agricultural drones and agricultural robots are being used for monitoring the crop yield. Now, so many sensors and devices are being used for effective and improving the productivity of agriculture. We cannot connect them on 4G because of the limited number of devices that can be connected. And also in rural areas, we do not have so much broadband connectivity as well. So all these devices are going to be connected on 5G, and the whatever data will be generated will be used for monitoring and taking smart decision for improving the productivity. So this will increase the revenue of our farmers and again reduce the rural urban income gap, and people are going to migrate less also. 5G enabled low altitude flying drones are being used for spraying pesticides as well. This is one of the applications in smart agriculture. As far as banking and financial services are concerned, with help of 5G, our experience with banking is going to be more interactive because of virtual reality and artificial intelligence coming in. Also, the bank assets can be monitored more closely, and most importantly, banking frauds can be tracked in a real time. Then we have 5G enabled face recognition system, where we have many cameras which are connected on 5G. These can identify rogue and bad elements in the crowded place like bus stop, railway station, airports. This solution is going to be very handy for law enforcement agencies and police, and especially for public safety. Then we have 5G enabled V2X solution, where vehicle is connected to another vehicle, vehicle is connected to pedestrians, and vehicle is connected to infrastructure. So two vehicles can communicate with each other and coordinate better for better traffic management. Let's say there is some obstacle or there is some hazard beyond the line of sight, that can also be given alert to that alert can be given to the person who is driving. Let's say your vehicle breaks down in the middle of the road, so the alert can be given to command and control center, and you can get some help even at the deserted place. And many times we are not able to watch or see properly pedestrians and two-wheelers because there are dark spots while we are driving. That alert can also be given, and there is a safety for the driver as well as the person who is outside. Now, additional applications are low altitude flying drones, which are being used for aerial traffic management. So this is an application which is developed by a company known as Visby. This solution for aerial traffic management using drones has already been tested in the 5G network of Vodafone Idea, and this company Visby was selected by Department of Telecommunication, Government of India, in one of the hackathons that we had conducted in 2020. So now the product has been tested, commercialization is in progress. 5G powered drones are being used for surveillance, and if we use this virtual reality device, then we can feel as if we are there flying with the drone and we are monitoring everything beneath us. 5G drones are also being used for parcel delivery, first aid box delivery, etc. There are plethora of applications. One of the most important application of 5G is in Industry 4.0, With Industry 4.0, I mean smart manufacturing, where we are trying to automate and digitize the manufacturing process. So we are connecting all the manufacturing parts or machines by sensors and devices. Using those sensors and devices, we can get a lot of data and take better decision for improving the productivity of our manufacturing process, effectivity and efficiency. So it is said that but the difference between industrial 4.0 theoretical and actual is going to be 5G. So 5G is going to plug the gap that is between the theoretical 4.0 and actual 4.0. So manufacturing units are going to actually utilize it, and Maruti Suzuki has already started implementing 5G network. In future, we are going to see many people are going to take the private 5G network for their manufacturing units. One of the biggest application of 5G is in cloud gaming. Right now, if we want to play cloud games, we have to use a broadband connection. We have to sit at one location. The experience with 4G is not that great. But with 5G, with help of low latency and very high speed, we can play 5G. We can play cloud games on our mobiles, and without any console. So the solution has already been tested by Airtel, and they have published also on YouTube. You can see Airtel cloud gaming experience. 5G enabled 3D holographic projection, you can see on the screen, is going to change the way we interact with each other. Next, we have a remote controlled car, which was demonstrated at India Mobile Congress 2022, where we had the remote control in Pragati Maidan of Delhi, but actually the car was available in Stockholm, Sweden. So we were able to maneuver a car in Sweden on 5G network in real time from Delhi. So this is possible only because of low latency communication possible with 5G. Then we have this 5G enabled posture monitoring sportswear, which is going to monitor all your body movement, and it is being used for, so there is a dress where a lot of devices and sensors are connected on 5G. Let's say a batsman can wear it, and then we can see what is the foot movement, how he can generate more shots in his more power in his shots, what is the stance, all those things. So this dress with sensors can be used by a sports person to increase their capability. So this Tweak Labs is the company that has developed this solution. So they had been selected by Department of Telecom in the hackathon. Later, they got some fund from Shark Tank as well. Now, the key initiatives undertaken by Department of Telecommunication to promote 5G ecosystem in India. First is indigenous 5G test bed. So DOT, Department of Telecom, has given nearly 220 crores to 8 leading R&D research institutions of India. They had come up with 5G indigenous test bed. The solution is now ready. It can be used by MSMEs, startups, academics, etc. So the main purpose behind this 5G test bed is to the academia startups can actually test and validate their 5G products and use cases. Secondly, we are trying to promote more telecom R&D in India. And in the process, more standards will be created, and IPR, intellectual property rights, will be generated. So this test bed can be used free of cost by MSMEs and startups. For other stakeholders, the charges are very nominal. I have given the website link also. Interested people may kindly visit and register. Second is 5G hackathon that we had conducted in the year 2020, where we had invited students, startups, academia, and companies with cutting-edge ideas to demonstrate use cases of 5G in smart cities, defense, healthcare, education. We had given prize also. So we received nearly 1,000 applications and shortlisted 100 in the first phase. And the good thing is that in the second phase, 30 people were actually coming up with viable solution. Their product was tested. We gave them mentorship also. Their product was tested in the 5G testing trial. It was working. The 30 companies were connected to industry for commercialization, academia for further research, and government for more funds. Department of Telecom has also launched one scheme called as Telecom Technology Development Fund, TTDF, where we are giving 500 crore rupees of grant in aid for shortlisted beneficiaries every year. We are inviting academia and other research institutions for coming up with products in 5G, 6G, and future generation access technologies, energy efficient solutions, so that we can provide affordable broadband and mobile services in rural and remote areas. We are trying to bridge the digital divide between rural and urban areas with TTDF, and promoting research and development in telecom sector, creating intellectual property rights, and also we will fund your project from the scratch itself till the commercialization of it. If the project is good, fund is not a problem. And you can visit usof.gov.in/TTDF for further details. First phase of this scheme ended in December 2022. but it is again going to start in the next financial year from March. So just keep checking this website. Then we also have this DCIS scheme known as Digital Communication Innovation Square, where we are giving financial support to projects and ideas at prototype level. TTDF scheme, as I explained earlier, it was from the scratch, but DCIS scheme is from the prototype. If you have a prototype developed, that we can support financially. We will promote R&D, IPR creation, pilot projects, etc. So in the first phase of DCIS, we have shortlisted 17 beneficiaries, gave them a grant of 6.5 crores. In the second phase, we have shortlisted 43 beneficiaries and gave them a grant of 56 crores. In the third phase, which ended recently, the shortlisting is in process. So it is a continuous thing. Window is opening every 3 to 4 months. So MSMEs, startups, consortium, and individual innovators who can bring up new 5G products can apply at dcis.dot.gov.in. The scheme will again open in April and May. So just keep checking. Government of India has also launched production-linked incentive scheme, incentive scheme in telecom, also known as PLI scheme. So financial incentive is given to MSMEs and other companies for increasing their sales in telecom and networking products. There are some target products, for example, routers, switches, optical line terminals. If they are able to, if Indian companies are able to produce them and manufacture and sell them more, we are giving them more financial incentives. So nearly 31 companies have been shortlisted. And for more information, kindly log on to pli-telecom-udyamimitra.in. Now, the main thing is, why are we giving so many schemes from government side? Simply because in India, we are importing nearly 95% of telecom equipments. We do not have vendors. We do not have mobile handset manufacturing in India. So we want that we should become a telecom hub. There should be vendors who are producing telecom equipments in India, so that the cost of telecom rollout, deployment is going to come down in future. So with all these schemes, we are sure that in coming time, in next 1 to 2 years, we are going to have some telecom vendor, so that we can become more Atmanirbhar and self-reliant in the field of telecom. So we want to make in India, make with the world, and make for the world. We are not going to make our import zero, but we definitely want to reduce it. Now, the most important thing is, what is going to be the impact of 5G? The first is, fixed wireless access is going to reduce the digital divide between rural and urban areas, because it is going to open up educational avenues and economic growth in rural areas. Secondly, R&D and manufacturing in telecom is going to get a fillip, because industry academia is coming up with new applications and indigenous telecom products. As far as industry 4.0 is concerned, automation is concerned of manufacturing units. 5G is going to be is that plugging gap between theoretical 4.0 and actual 4.0. In case of healthcare, also remote diagnosis, home-based care, and in future remote robotic surgery is possible. In the entertainment industry, immersive AR, VR, MR, and seamless gaming experience is possible with 5G. Now, with 5G, of course, in next 6 to 7 years, a lot of investment is going to happen, and it is estimated that nearly 1.5 to 2 lakh jobs will be created every year, because it is going to be a skilled work. Revenue generation of nearly 180 million is going to happen in next 6 to 7 years. So it's a great opportunity, and engineers who are young engineers, they have to skill themselves so that they can get a good job opportunity. So that is all from my side. This is my email ID. In case you have any query, you can mail to it. Maybe I'll take 2 to 3 days in answering, but I'll definitely answer. So that is all from my side. If there is any question, you can ask.
Sir, thank you, sir. And
Thank you very much, sir. Very.
I will just stop sharing. Yeah.
We are really excited, and we are looking forward to use the 5G network service.
So 5G has already started in a few cities, like major cities. And if I talk about Hyderabad, many places in Hyderabad have been covered by Airtel and Jio. And rest of the places also, the towers are being installed. So I think by March 24, many cities will be covered, and seamless experience. Of course, downloading and all these things are very small thing for 5G, but basically we are trying to bring about manufacturing change, that retail, the process, the manufacturing, the commercial things have to take over, and they will get a lot of advantage. Speed and all those things are a small part.
Yeah, that's really great to know that, sir, and we are looking forward, and we are pretty sure that it will it would support in technological advancement. It would support all different sectors, including educational, research, and many more. So, and thank you for your time, sir, here today. And it was a great learning from you. And we will share your email address to the participants who are in need later down the
Thank you.
sessions. Thank you, sir. And let's go on to the third session speaker, Dr. Pratima Kandalwal, founder of Fly High, mentor of food technology, Atal Incubation Center, Jyoti Institute of Technology Foundation, and professor of practice, Bengaluru, who is going to deliver the speech on Indian food industry opportunities unlimited. Dr. Pratima is an educational entrepreneur and the founder of Fly High Educational Excellence Services in Bengaluru. Fly High is dedicated to the capacity building of teachers and students, primarily at higher educational institutions. She is also the professor of practice at the Faculty of Life and Allied Health Sciences at Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, Bengaluru. She has earned MSc and PhD in food technology and carries collective 23 years of teaching, research, mentoring, and leadership experience. Since 2018, she is significantly contributing in capacity building initiatives for teachers and students via customized, engaging, and interactive based empathetic and techno pedagogy. Welcome, ma'am. You can take over the session, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. Your name is wonderful. I hope I'm enough visible and audible as well. Thanks to
Yes,
also
ma'am.
to great. Thanks to IFERP for doing the wonderful job on 26th January of this year, our 74th Republic Day. Amazing to use a national holiday for such intellectual discussion, and amazing to see the participation of many audiences who are really posting some questions also. Really wonderful. With these, after visiting the wonderful presentation of ISRO and 5G network, I take you to the very basic need of humankind, which is food. And food is changing a lot, which we are witnessing as well. So we are from India, where we are number one in many, many products. Yet we are also facing some aspects of challenge in terms of healthcare, either obesity or malnutrition. So I take you to a short journey on what is happening on Indian food processing scenario. And particularly to the participants, I want to tell opportunities are unlimited. And I really mean it. With this, I just try to share something which is coming from Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India, that as of now, the Indian food industries are doing amazingly well, with lots of potential to do even better. We are 1.3 plus population already. And in this sector, we have 100% FDI, with certainly working with the same GST. Today, we have very high ranks in terms of where we stand, number 2 in total food production in the world, and number 1 in many, many agrarian products. This all is amid when India is one of the fastest growing economies, standing number 5th in the world as of now. So when we see the sunrise food sector, what do we see that? It's all in front of you, and which I'm trying to share, that we are number 1 in spices, milk, or pulses. We are number 2 in tea, sugarcane, and the largest producer of food grains, fruits, and vegetables. Isn't it amazing to see where India stands? Absolutely. Right. So with this, when it talks, yes, we have a couple of rankings, and our market is 6th in the world, 5th in production. This sector, which is right now valued around about $450 billion and growing at 12 to 14%. And that's really one of the important indexes. The best part is our compounded annual growth rate, which is about 11%. And you can see another 3 years, we will be $535 billion industry as far as food is concerned. With this looks so beautiful, right? But there is something more to visit, and which is in front of you. And I just take a moment, one more of dynamics, which I've shown from one of the KPMG report recently published, that when it comes to size, we are pretty good. And number 5th in when it comes to overall processing. As you can see, we still consume lots of raw, less of processed, and similarly less of semi-processed. There are many, many categories, and my attention to you to draw is on the packed foods. The food, when it comes to the rural areas, also it has penetrated the market. Nevertheless, urban has been using. In fact, this one area which draws our attention on the two foods. Number one, packed food is how good is that? Number two, can we really have healthy packed foods? That's exactly the new opportunity which is striking our doors since pandemic. And when it comes to the sectors, the states also, you can see we have quite wonderful states, 5, which are doing a great business, where Maharashtra is leading the country when it comes to processing. So with this, I try to draw your attention on 3 important points. The key sectors, especially linked with Industry 4.0, are in terms of production, processing, in terms of technology, it's engineering required, research and marketing, and you can see the products, the areas which are present here. All these 4 we have heard in one another way. One of the best things happening with culmination of the new aspects of technology, including IoT in agriculture, or Mr. Chup was beautifully presenting on 5G, and he shared one GIF file which was talking about drones on pesticide spray. Exactly the things are changing in Indian agriculture as well. Food safety continues to remain a very top priority and in the sector. When it comes to, it is in front of you, when it comes to one of the few impacts of the food processing, as you see, it's important today when we talk of food security, that how to increase its availability, how to have really safe food supply, how exactly to go in terms of what exactly the consumers are demanding, how to reduce the waste, and how to really have process its nutritional attributes. There are many more which you can read by yourself, but these are very significantly important, particularly as of now. The third point is on food security. Being an agrarian nation, being progressing very well, food remains our backbone of the nation. Agriculture still remains the backbone of the nation. We still are not industrialized nation. And that gives us not only challenge, but huge opportunities also. And for that reason, India stands in some of the moderate performing states or countries when it comes to food security. This is exactly the index which we can take so much, not only in the universities or higher education, but also in school education, where we have significant people of workforce which are regenerating for the nation. And we can contribute in the same sector when it comes to enhancing the food security from the state, which is India, for the world. And I draw you taking all the 3, the most important food aspects in food sector are here. And I'm sure I'm writing with 2 numerator and denominator. A teacher in me is not allowing me not to ask, but just put forth some aspect. And I'm sure many of you will write in chat or Q&A that when it comes to food sector, there are 2 things simultaneously required are, number 1, something which we need to enhance, and number 2, which we need to decrease. And I'm sure you also can get this particular IoT device in agriculture farm is talking about, can we really enhance the productivity? And can we really talk about how exactly we can reduce the wastage? So grow more, absolutely, in the same land size, grow more using technology in the right way and reduce wastage, all through upskilling and research. That is exactly the new opportunities. With this, I'll draw your attention. We talk about ingredients in our sector. So one of the important ingredient in this sector is not any edible ingredient, but the technology which has penetrated this sector. And as of now, this is the most sought after ingredient in food industry. Absolutely. So you see, be it food, cloud kitchen, be it food which come for inconvenience, be it food for packed, everywhere technology is there, which is wonderful. So when it comes to how integrated is this sector with Industry 4.0, and I'm sure our learned speaker, as well as the learned audience, are well aware that Industry 4.0 is revolving around these all aspects. Believe me, as far as big data is concerned, or AR is concerned, or IoT is concerned, this sector has already come in the terms of food industry also. Today I'm sitting in Bangalore, and today we have 3D printed meats or 3D printed vegan proteins. So this is exactly the culmination beautifully happening, the food industry and Industry 4.0. Taking this aspect, I draw your attention to another term, and I wish we as in terms of experts or participants, experts in their own areas, parents, and particularly higher education students. This slide I really wanted to draw, taking from the startups and what new opportunities are there for entrepreneurial debut or startups. In every segment of this slide, you can take one or other startup mentioned, like impossible for artificial proteins. Yes, there was a time when we thought that animal protein cannot be mimicked. And today you have same chewability, juiceability when it comes to protein. Be it delivery aspect, food has never been delivered as beautiful as today. Be it space foods or be it foods for our pets, the dynamism technology is worth watching. Food safety has been, and it is much more pertinent today. So is IoT, food waste reduction, and the important aspect for many of us is personalized nutrition. Today we are talking about personalized medicine, and very shortly we are talking. Right now, you would have heard from the stars, Mr. Amir Khan, which he had to do for movie Dangal. Personalized nutrition had to come after personalized, his genome makeup was studied, and based on that, the nutrition was decided. This technology is no more something for only selected few, but this is shortly coming for all of us in terms of our genetic makeup and encompassing the needs. I'm sure you know some of us gain weight so easily, some of us do not. Some of us by default tend to be diabetic, some of us not, even if our dietary habits are not that good. This aspect brings, which is something in gene makeup. Food robotics is another. And again, in Bangalore, we have robots serving foods already in some of the restaurants. And 3D printing, we never thought within 1 year, 2022 and 2023, what we are seeing, huge change in packed food, which is 3D printed. Yes, we have 3D printed houses also. So this is what is happening. The time is even more beautiful. India at 75, we just celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and the 74th year of Republic, India. And this is amazing to see. Yes, there are challenges, absolutely. We cannot ignore them, but they are really important. So if I culminate all these points and bring to you this colorful slide, I'm sorry, there are more text, but these are each and one in an important area, the new opportunities which are knocking. Be it our gut bioflora or microbiota, which is microbiome studies. There are very small, good bacteria, friendly bacteria in our gut, in our intestine. They are doing wonders to us. We are studying them even better. And there is a time where they can be harvested for even better uses. Be it omic studies or risk assessments, and the combination of pre and good probiotics are already in place. We are going for higher analysis in the terms of quality enhancement and quality checks through analytical tools and techniques. And food quality is always a challenge, especially in the food delivery system, the supply chain management. It will always remain, and it is still the main focus. Better packaging. Today you have smart packages which tell you that, yes, please be careful before you buy that. And with every passing year, this technology is becoming more and more friendly available. Right now, it is just at the scale of it's being commercialized. And we have wonderful innovative ingredients coming up. And the other three I already mentioned, and these are some of the images which are coming from the industry. So with this, I wish to share the emerging sectors. Believe me, consumer was the king, consumer is the king, and consumer will remain the king for all the sectors. So industry, which is on the right-hand side, has to really foresee, be agile. How important is the dynamics which are coming from the consumer sector? And be it natural or organic products or nutraceuticals, vegan culture, veganism. We are a country which has told the world that the importance of vegetarianism. And a very staunch vegetarian in me is telling that. So the next step is being vegan. Yes, there are challenges and new opportunities, but there is absolutely good scope to work and consume also. Today, we have contactless delivery in the food sector. And all thanks to pandemic, we do talk about, layman also talks about immunity today. So immunity boosting foods are another very hyped market. And food for home dining to home cooking to high protein foods and preventive healthcare foods. The last one is the sector today. Even one of the big sectors is pet care foods. Sitting in a metro, this is so vividly visible. So the industry is also going local. Yes, we have been talking from last couple of years. Go for local, be vocal for local. So is exactly for this sector. And food safety, as I was mentioning 2 times previously also, will always remain pertinently important. The new section which we have got in our sector is tracking and traceability of contaminants or adulterants. And today we have cashless stores. Yes. There's a huge digital disruption which has happened already in the sector. So is supply chain management is enhancing. So in summary, and I wish we have some questions, that's why I'm winding up a little faster. In summary, I wish to say that ample newness is around the corner and in all the sides, especially in the post-pandemic times. So the healthy lifestyle, the most important point I want to draw your attention, the healthy lifestyle is in vogue, is in fashion. And this is the point, these 3 points, the food industry is catapulting these worthy opportunities by adapting, resourcing from various ways, manufacturing, supply chain managing, and marketing with processing, all for the consumers, which we are all together here, and the whole population. So this is something which is worthy to try, and food will always remain an important aspect when it comes to our lifestyle. With this, I wish to say something which is important for us, that is something which is required for our healthy lifestyle. Why I said so at this point is that I'm sorry to say, when I mentioned earlier that India is #1 in many, we also are #1 in diabetes. Yes, we are the diabetic capital of the world, or we are #2 in coronary heart diseases. That's the bigger challenge which we are facing. One side is obesity and other lifestyle disorders, and the other side is poor nutrition, hidden hunger, or malnutrition. So there's a huge opportunities with many challenges, and we all together can play a huge role. With this, I wish once again a big thanks, and this opportunity has been amazing. To talk to such diverse people, all the participants, is really a prized opportunity. So thank you, organizers. You have done a great job, and in particularly to the CEO and Mr. Karthik, you have been coordinating amazingly well and taking this aspect in such a beautiful way. I have to thank all present here, and I'm reachable at these handles. Let's connect more, particularly in some wonderful professional networking sites like LinkedIn. And let's talk, let's discuss more. Let's see if we can work also together, even if remotely. With this, thank you so much. Thank you. And I wish some Q&A, some questions can be asked. And as I am seeing, if at all any question can come, it will be great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. And I'm pretty sure we all agree that food is an important ingredient that can be produced, processed, and consumed in a better manner, so that, as you said, we can reduce our health issues
Absolutely.
in respect to what we consume today. And we do agree that technology helps a lot in producing and in packaging industries. And we will share your credentials or your contact details to the members of IFERP, and we're looking forward to have one such webinars in future in depth now to create in-depth ideology and knowledge
Amazing.
about food industry, ma'am. And once again, I'm thank you for this wonderful session, and we're looking forward for Thank you, ma'am. And let's get on to the fourth session speaker. Is Professor Dr. GVR Sastry, Chairman, Coastal India Development Council, New Delhi, who is going to deliver the speech on creation of economic lifeline based on sustainable infrastructure and macro and micro influence of economics. Professor Dr. GVR Sastry is a senior political analyst, author, speaker, and senior economist. He has completed his education from the Harvard Business School, Stanford University, and IIT Delhi. He is the current chairman of Coastal India Development Council, New Delhi. He is a visionary strategic policy expert, expert in defining new business dynamics, expert of national inclusive growth of economic projects. Welcome, sir. You can take over the session, please.
Very good evening, sir.
Hold on a couple of minutes, please. And as Dr. G.R. Sastry, he's not available on live, so he has shared a video by expressing his insights, and we are trying to play that video for the participants right now.
It's not audible, sir.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity India at 75. Thanks to IFERP for publishing this, organizing this webinar. India 75 is very, very important aspect. My speech is with like very vital and because lifeline
ఇది పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ కూడా కనిపిస్తున్నారు కదా.
It's not audible, Mr. Gavaskar.
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ కూడా చూడాలంటే ఎలాగా ఇందాక ఇట్లా రావాలంటే
All right, sorry for the inconvenience, and we apologize for now, but try playing this video later down the track. As was really interested to share his insights by joining us live, but unfortunate reason, so that's why he planned us to share it, to send us a virtual video. Now I will get to move with the next speaker.
Share screen.
So, okay, our fifth session speaker is Virendra Sharma, mentor of change, Atal Innovation Mission official, Government of India, New Delhi, who is going to talk on innovation in India 2030. Virendra Sharma is a racing motivational speaker in India, youth mentor, and TEDx speaker, corporate trainer, futuristic keynote speaker, life-changing coach, startup mentor, highly experienced technical trainer, and racing inspirational YouTuber. Gaining more than 11 plus years of deep experience, he has empowered more than 3 lakhs people with 200 plus corporates, 100 plus colleges, and countless sessions, seminars, workshops, webinars, and events. Currently, he is also associated with and shortlisted as the mentor of change for the Atal Innovation Mission. He also delivered several technical and functional training with Government of India at Cabinet Secretariat and CAG. Welcome, sir, and could you please take over the session? Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm not able to start my video. I think it's disabled by the host. If you can enable it.
One quick moment.
Hello, I think I'm loud and clear and I'm visible as well. Okay, so sorry guys, actually due to some unforeseen circumstances, and actually I'm in Mumbai for some kind of the startup event. So unfortunately I have to find a little bit of time to devote over here. Moreover, like I would like to thank IFERP first of all for conducting such a fabulous event. I think I've been following this page from long time, and think these guys are really doing a good job. And the topic itself says Republic at the rate 75. So happy Republic Day first of all to all of you from my side. And moreover, the topic over in today's discussion is about the innovation and the India 2030. Now, if I talk about the startups ecosystem in the today's arena, unicorn market, the startup unicorn market, $600 billion, and you can't even believe it how the innovation is turning around. Whether it is a kind of healthcare sector, whether it is a kind of mining, manufacturing, retail, marketing, and now due to a lot of technologies come into action about the AI. Then you talk about the ML, Python, robotics, and all. Everywhere, the startup ecosystem is actually driving the economy of the India. And moreover, I would like to add few points which I actually noted on specifically for this event. First of all, is that according to WEF, the value the startups create is nearly on par with the GDP of G7 economy, and it has actually surpassed in 2021 with the 600 billion shattering funds record. I think there's a huge amount of number, and the number of unicorn has also passed 1,000 mark. Day by day, the innovation is actually creating a lot of opportunities for the people, whether they are from the college, whether they are from the schools and all. And innovation is something that is not coming like who is actually forcing you or who is actually driving you. Innovation is something, a self-driving force, a kind of dream which you want to happen from your aspiring ideas. And even through this ATL labs, we are driving the same thing in the multiple ATL labs in the schools and the campuses. And you won't believe the schools people, like even the 8th kid guy, actually he is developing a kind of robotic signal system, and I was very shocked to see that how passionate actually he is all about. Something I would like to tell that over here is that if you are going to innovate something, it's kind of small kind of advice from my side. Don't try to self pressure yourself too much. That if you are given a kind of task, you have a deadline, right? And you are not able to work properly on your startup idea. So don't worry, just give some kind of time over it. Just restructure the model, look for the loopholes on that model and compare to the current market as well. If somebody is working on the AI, look for all the AI new frameworks and the plugins and a lot of things. This leads to innovation because whenever you go for a pitching to the investor, obviously they're going to ask you a lot of questions. And the very first question they will ask you, what is a new thing in innovation you have innovated into your product? Are you a product or a service-based startup? What kind of product you're offering to your customers? How it can help you? What is the innovation model? What is the business model behind it? I hope you got my point, because these are very, very core areas. If somebody is actually very passionate to like look into this and ponder over the point, I think that's one of the main factor I think he has actually achieved in his life. He can actually do anything, right? Once he know what he has to and how he has to look onto his product. So everywhere is innovation around you. I can tell you one startup, what the Thali startup. Actually, they are accumulating a lot of the plastic wax from the coast of Mumbai. Just recently, I got to know, and long time back, actually, they have worked to make those plastic into a recyclable kind of a shoes. Now, those shoes can never be wet. You can wear anywhere on the beaches and everywhere. I think that is something the innovation is, where you are recycling the waste product, right, into some kind of the innovative product which can be really a great use. Although those shoes are very costly in nature, right? But still, I think they have something achieved by recycling it, and that is a concept known as a green entrepreneurship, where you're looking forward to a lot of the renewable resources to be used, non-renewable resources to be used, anything you can look around your surroundings and something that tricks your mind. Yes, it can happen, and that is something where you can work upon. And if I talk about the India further in 2030, I bet in writing there are going to be a lot of changes, not in terms of technology, not in terms of innovation, but in terms of the economy. India is going to be the superpower across the world. Even you must have heard about it. It's going to host in the G20 summit, and there is a very big achievement. And now it's going to be superpower in the 2030. Many lot of things are coming into market. Many things are coming. Startup is boosting day by day. Everywhere you see some or the other is playing around with the innovation and building some of the other, even the for the shark tanks. You can see a lot of people are coming over there. That is something where you can actually really are like you can really actually go for. So that is something I just want to convey a message. I just don't want to bore the audience over here. But the only message I want to convey is, please never be shortful of your ideas. Please sit, relax, see your surroundings. Don't follow the audience, right? In the one direction. Look around. There might be some kind of a one reason. There can be one kind of reason over there which you can find out. Yes, this is what I'm looking for, and I can work over it. And I think you will be able to. And definitely, I will be there to support. I will share my email ID as well. Any kind of support in the funding, in investing, in developing the business model, innovative model, I'm definitely going to help out, no doubt. So now, any questions and answer?
So thank you for your time, sir. And as the question and answers, we get to know more about you. And to be frank, the word change has a lot more to do. And when we talk about motivational, as you said, someone has to have a target and aim for it. So from IFERP, we will also get back to you in touch to organize another webinar so that our participants can have a direct interaction or through virtual interaction to know more in depth by asking a direct questionnaire plans.
Right. And
So
even like adding to this, even added this, like I wanted to add, if IPL can conduct some kind of these startup pitching events where their ideas are not being pitched, but they are taught how to build the ideas from the scratch. That is more important. And once they have they have the clear concept into their mind that yes, they want to do this thing and that thing. I think that is more than enough to kickstart their journey.
I completely agree, and I guess the participants will also agree this, because having a clear
Breaking.
target will and clear idea would define their um, achievements. So yes, sir, and thank you for now. And we really appreciate your time taken to share your insight. And right now, we will move
I
on
think
to the next
somebody is
speaker.
asking. Okay. Somebody was
Oscar,
asking
sorry to
something.
break you. Sorry to break you. I have
No, sir,
something.
exactly speaking, we don't have any question and answer session because
Okay.
we have a few
Okay.
more speakers who get to
Okay.
have their
Great. Great.
insight.
Great. Fine. Fine. That's
But we
great.
will get
Thank
in
you.
touch with you to organize a better direct webinar with you, sir, in future.
Thank you. Thank you so
No problem.
much. Thank you,
Thank you, sir. I
IFERP.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now let's get on to the next speaker, Dr. Ande Murli Varaprasad, ex-DRO scientist, President, PLSM Digital Library, Andhra Pradesh, who is going to discuss on Indian defense technologies, past, present, and the future. Dr. Ande Murli Varaprasad earned his PhD from IIT Bombay in 1980 on piezoelectric sonar materials, followed by 3 years of postdoctoral research at Microelectronics Department, Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. He is a reputed DRDO scientist with 28 years experience at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Missile Complex, followed by 10 years as professor and director at St. Anne's College of Engineering and Technology, Chirala. Welcome, sir, and you can take over the session, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Now,
It's an honor, sir.
Happy Republic Day to all of our viewers. We will be covering some of the technologies of used in these defense systems, defense technologies. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be talking about a few of the defense technologies, because defense technologies, we know technology day celebrations we make. When we talk about 11th May is a technology day celebration. That time we will have several defense technologies advancements and all. It runs almost 1 week. So these are vast number of technologies which are really going on in the Indian defense system. So I will talk in 15 minutes, whatever I can cover. I will try to talk 15-20 minutes. I will cover the latest things I would like to do. Yeah, I just talked about Technology Day celebration. Technology Day is on 11th May. So last year in 2022 May, Dr. Satish Reddy, Dr. G. Satish Reddy, who is the present chief of DRDO, has visited Kerala. I am working in Trinity College. I am working at St. Anne's College of Engineering and Technology as a professor, and myself, my principal, and I was the director of CIGS Center. So we met him, and we met. Hello, am I audible?
So we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We can.
Yeah. So, scientific advisor, Dr. G. Satish Reddy, present scientific advisor to Defense Minister as well as Chief of DRDO. His contribution recently in 2019, we have been able to successfully demonstrate anti-satellite technology, anti-satellite ASAT. So he is spearheading that program. anti-satellite, there are only 4 countries today, including India. There are only 4 countries who have got this capability: USA, Russia, China, and we were the fourth. That was on 27th March 2019. This anti-satellite technology has been, I think, launched, and then we are successful. Actually, US has put another force. Usually, we are having three Army, Navy, and Air Force. But now, America has created one more wing, that is Space Force. Whatever ASAT technology we have developed, that is a Space Force. We don't have we don't have a wing of Space Force, but it is we are doing the work almost. We are the fourth nation in the world. Only 4 nations are there who have been able to develop this kind of technologies. You know what are the difficulties in this? When a satellite is moving at a higher, low Earth orbit, let us say 400 kilometers, International Space Station, or 700 kilometers altitude, we are having our own spy satellites. So when these are orbiting the Earth, the speed is around 28,000 kilometers, and it will orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. So at such a tremendous speed, if you want to calculate it in the Mach numbers, that speed of sound, it is something more than 20 times the speed of sound. We talk about hypersonic missiles. Later we will cover that. ICBMs, Agni type missiles, we will cover, and BMD, that is ballistic missile defense systems, or technologies that will be able to intercept such ballistic missiles. And then we will talk about hypersonic technologies. The present day ASAT technology, in that what is the requirement is about 10 centimeters accuracy. 10 centimeters accuracy. And for that purpose, they have used a new system, IIR, imaging infrared seeker. Imaging infrared seeker is also used earlier, or is being used in NAG missile systems. So, great achievement is that we are able to achieve world-class anti-satellite technologies. Dr. Satish Reddy sir has been the navigation expert. They have used the ring laser gyros, which are used on the Agni 5 ICBM technologies. That, and along with it, inertial navigation system. These are 3 technologies which are used if to develop this ASAT, anti-satellite. So we are very much proud of our achievements, because we are just the 4th country in the world who have been able to do that, who have been able to achieve that success. You see, this was launched, ASAT is launched on 27th March 2019. We met last year in this week, Technology Day week, you can say, 16th May, Dr. Satish Reddy has visited Kerala. So, and we were discussing various aspects. Then we talked out on 27th March 2019, and just after that, 1st April 2019, one more satellite was put, our space satellite, that is known as EMI satellite, EM, electromagnetic intelligence gathering satellite. This is actually way back in 2010, we started Kautilya project. I was also one of the member of that. So the Kautilya project has been successfully implemented. All the terrorist movements across the Kashmir border, we will be able to track, and this is of great help for the armed forces to drive away or punish the terrorists. One more thing, I have been saying because time is, I have tried to calculate how much time I will be able to cover, what all things I can cover. This Agni missile is an ICBM. Agni missile technology is ICBM based. ICBMs are ballistic missiles. Ballistic missiles means the path of the missile, trajectory of the missile. Let us say Agni, when we are launching from the Wheeler Island or Abdul Kalam Wheeler Island, today we are calling it, from Orissa coast. So it will go reach up to an altitude of about 700 kilometers. That means, let us say International Space Station is at about 400 kilometers altitude. Hubble Space Telescope is at about 700 kilometers altitude. You know what is the name given to our Agni missile? It is re-entry technology demonstrator. Re-entry technology demonstrator. The space is having atmosphere up to 100 kilometers. So this travels up to 700 kilometers, travels whatever the required period is there, say 5,000 kilometers, and re-enter into the atmosphere at 100 kilometers level. Atmosphere molecules, when they hit, it will be like bullets. Around 3000 degrees centigrade, in milliseconds time it will reach. So there will be plasma around that. So carbon-carbon composites have been used to make the nose cones for the Agni missile systems, Agni 5 missile systems. And this is very much a big desire. Whatever plasma is generated around the missile system, because of that, communication blackout will be there. We will not be able to receive any signal to track the missile trajectory for certain period, about 100 kilometers to 30, 40 kilometers height. Up to that, we will not be able to get. So this is a disadvantage for the flight instrumentation people who will be tracking the missile control. And one more thing is that the Agni missile type of missile systems, ICBMs, because they follow a ballistic path, its path can be predicted. Its path and it can be intercepted. But if an enemy is firing a ballistic missile at us, we will be able to destroy it using air defense technologies or the interceptor technologies. These are called ballistic missile defense systems. They are three-layer defense systems. One will be AD1, air defense one system, missile system, will be able to destroy the enemy satellites, enemy missiles when it is between 80 kilometers to 130 kilometers. This is called exo-atmospheric AD1 type of missiles we have developed. And another thing is, if by chance it misses, another AD2, air defense 2, that system can track and destroy the enemy missiles at a height of about 60 kilometers range, 60 to 80 kilometers range. And even if that misses, there is one more thing: advanced air defense systems. Advanced air defense systems. So AAD missile can hit if it is not able to one, two, or third will definitely certainly kill the enemy missile systems. So, but you know, the whatever plasma is generated around the missile system, it is really not. It is a problematic thing for the flight instrumentation people, but that can be taken as an advantage in hypersonic missiles, because nothing can detect if the plasma is around, no signal will come. So if I use my missile, a hypersonic missile, that is 5 times the speed of sound, say around 6,000 kilometers per hour speed, at that time the plasma around the missile, and if it is not going to 700 kilometers, only at 100 kilometers, we will leave that. That will, and its path will be not be able to be traced, because these are called glide systems, hypersonic glide systems. It will be carried by a rocket up to 100 kilometers, and at 100 kilometers it will be the glide vehicle will be following ups and downs, the gliding. And it is unpredictable. Nothing can really intercept such a missile system. So hypersonic missile systems we have seen in the Ukraine war. On 29th March 2022, Russia has used the Kinjal missile. That is a hypersonic missile. The hypersonic missile cannot be at present with the whatever possible, whatever technologies are there. None of these things will be able to destroy or intercept a hypersonic missile. We do have, India has got the system called HSTD. This is called HSTD. Hypersonic technology demonstrator. Hypersonic technology demonstrator. These systems are being worked out. Recently, in this year, they have wind tunnel testing is done for these missiles. We are having about 12 such systems, wind tunnel systems, and DRDO as well as ISRO jointly they have conducted the test. In a few only last month we can say they have conducted successfully the wind tunnel test. But technology is not just sufficient. When you want to introduce a missile system into the to the armed forces, a lot of work has to be done, repetitions have to be done, and we have to reliability has to be assured. And when Air Force asks, I want 100 missiles, we should be able to reach that capacity to make hundreds of missiles through BDL like that. So what I would like to say, one of my friend who is expert, his name is Sai Reddy. He was the technology director for missile systems in Dr. IPJ Abdul Kalam Missile Complex, where I was also one of the members. So he has flown about 100 missile systems, 100, more than 100 through, when he was under his leadership, more than 100 missiles were launched. So he has written an article and it is not yet published. And he has suggested about the hypersonic missile technologies. For India, with all his experiences, he is predicting it may take anywhere up to 6 years if you really want to, with the existing technology level, India may take 5 to 6 years to introduce hypersonic missiles into the defense. We will be able to give the systems to our defense forces. And one more thing, you understand, the hypersonic technology is ultimate. That is the future. Because ballistic missile defense systems, whatever type of ICBMs we are having, these are possible. It is possible to intercept. It is vulnerable because the path is trajectory is known. It can be detected by enemy, and we have sufficient time to intercept. Whereas hypersonics, there is no possibility. We cannot intercept it. This is how much time is there. I want to tell something more. Hypersonics is the ultimate right now technologies. China has also done it. August 2021, they have done it. Whereas the Russia Kinjal missile was introduced into the services way back in 2018 March. 2018 March. So hypersonic missile technologies are very much important for the future. And ballistic missile defenses are also very much important because right now that is what people are having. Enemies may use ballistic missiles at the moment. One more thing, Dr. Kalam says, Technology Day celebrations means we all think about 11th May 1998. Kalam sir has hydrogen bomb testing was done at that time. So at Pokhran nuclear test range at Pokhran village in Rajasthan. See, what was happening at that time, we were not allowed to do the testing also. because American satellites, spy satellites were passing through, and each time when PM was, I think, PV Narasimha Rao, they were telling, no, no, there is some activity in that area. You shouldn't do any nuclear tests. So they were stopping. After that, then Vajpayee government took over. That time, silently, ISRO was giving enough information. So 90 minutes, one round will go, and another satellite will come. And before it tracks our scientists, our activities in the Pokhran area, they have secretly only 1 hour, half an hour, they will be shutting down everything. Like that, Abdul Kalam sir was the DRDO chief, and R. Chidambaram was the chief of Department of Atomic Energy, and ISRO. All together, they have struggled and evaded the spy satellites of America and made it successful. Of course, they don't want us to grow us technologically in defenses, because once the American system is always like that. They have put sanctions. They have some of our problems increased, but still, because we have been homegrown people, we are able to overcome all such technology problems. Any time, how much? May I have some more time? 2 minutes more.
Sir, it's like it's not about time. If it's that's something which you have to or which you want to share, you can go ahead and do it, sir. But if you want to elaborate on particular
Thank you
information,
so much.
IFERP will organize a new slot, new webinar for you in the next coming days, where you can give us a detailed insight about any topic which you prefer, sir.
Actually, Dr. Kalam sir used to give one query to almost, it is for every one of us, not only for Indians, for every one of us, every human being. He used to say, "What would you like to be remembered for?" Because no human being is every human being will die someday or other. What would you like to be remembered for? So this has been an inspiration and the driving force for me to write a book recently. Okay. This book, Space Science. Can you see this? Space Science. This book I have written. Okay. So this now October 2022. And here my connections with the people who are the astronauts and cosmonauts, these are there on the back cover. So we have been able to cover some of these satellites like the spy satellites and ISRO work, mostly Vikram Sarabhai. There is a scientist by name Vasudev Murthy. He was a veteran scientist. He worked with Sarabhai sir in Trivandrum, and also he has developed the SHAR radars, and all are made by him. And after that, Dr. Kalam sir's period, he has done the tracking systems, all the electro-optical radar tracking systems in the Orissa coast. See, even in Andaman Nicobar Reefs, but he is a real expert who has been able to do the tracking systems, multiple object tracking radars, MOTR, multiple object tracking radars. He was the expert on that also. So all these struggles, because America doesn't want us to use. Even today, we are having our own GPS system, Indian GPS, that is NAVIC. I have worked on NAVIC system in the Indian Regional National IRNSS, Indian Regional National Satellite Systems, Navigation Systems. So these systems we have done because during the Kargil War, Americans did not allow us to get the signals. The restricted signal that is required for the military, they are not going to help us at the time of war. So IRNSS systems, Prime Minister Modi has named it as NAVIC, Navigation with Indian Constellation of Satellites. These satellites are different, but today these are working. Our military is a military signal, that is restricted signals are very much available to our armed forces. But when it comes to the public, we should be able to use the same signal instead of a GPS of America. We should be able to use our own Indian GPS, that is NAVI. And I think recently, few days back, Prime Minister has announced any mobile sellers, they should include NAVI in the mobile system. Otherwise, we will not give the permission for you to sell this. Because all the money has been put, nine satellites, 9 to 1800, 7 are working, 2 have been, there is a problem. Because number 1 satellite atomic clock was the problem. Number 9, H, IRNSS 1H satellite, the heat shield did not open. So 2 satellites are actually gone bad out of the 9. So only 7 are being used. And we have got the chips also. The chipset is made by Qualcomm. All the problems have been solved. But now it is the manufacturers of the mobiles who have to use this technology, and so that people will be able to use our own NAVIC system instead of GPS, or both can be used. Both can be introduced into the system. In any case, I am very, very happy for this opportunity to talk to you, and I have been interacting with the IFERP for a long time. Some of the articles, my friend Sai Reddy, who has sent me the copies in advance, I will pass it on to Rudrapan Satapathy, and we will be interacting further. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, personally, and it was a really warm, appreciable that you have highlighted about Sir Abdul Kalam sir, and it was such a honor that to have your insight shared in this session today, and we're looking forward to have a better in-depth knowledge on whatever you have gone through and worked with DRDO earlier. So we will get back to you on this, and then we will organize another webinar soon, sir. And thank you once again. And now we will get on to the 7th session speaker. Is Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, Chief Digital Officer, Allied Digital Service Limited, AI Global Ambassador, Mumbai, who is going to discuss on AI and Industry 5.0. Mr. Utpal is an eminent data scientist, quantum scientist, AI researcher, strategist, and thought leader with more than 2 decades of industry experience, including as a principal architect in Larsen and Turbo Limited, IBM, Capgemini, and other MNC, including head of artificial intelligence at S Bank. Currently, he is the Chief Digital Officer at Allied Digital Service Limited. He has also been recognized as Global AI Ambassador 2022. Welcome, sir, and could you please take over the session? Excuse me, sir, and Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, sir, kindly please unmute, and it's your session begins now, sir, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, but I cannot switch on my video, so that option is not there.
So I hope you can find it right below the screen to your left.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. It is not allowing me to start. It is saying you don't have permission. So can somebody allow me to switch on the video? So audio option is there, but video option, it is not, it is disabled. Shall I rejoin?
So there should be an option right below, sir. Could you please check once again, because I've seen you on right just before.
No, that's what, it is not there.
I've seen your screen right now.
Start video option is, I mean, it is disabled. So shall I rejoin?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, okay. Give me a few seconds. I'll just rejoin.
And excuse us, participants, and Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, he's the Chief Digital Officer, so he will connect to us very shortly, and he'll be sharing his insights about artificial intelligence and Industry 5.0. All right. In the meanwhile, before he connects, I would like to connect, or I would like to share a couple of more information about IFERP, what we do. We have our own academy where we train students and professionals to take over a subject like data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So this training will be provided by a certified trainer over the week, and if any students and professionals who are interested in taking up any courses, they can contact IFERP. We would support them in assigning a course in their feasible time, and we also support them in connecting to the best employers to find the better placement after their completion of the course. This is one such initiative which we have initiated from IFERP.
Yes, I have joined. Please allow me to open my video again. The same thing is there. My video is not allowed.
One quick moment, sir. Let me reconfirm it.
Yeah, I think now it is allowed.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So shall I start, or how do?
Yes, please, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can start over.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me for this particular event, and it's a privilege for me. So I'll talk. I don't have a presentation. I'll talk a little bit on Industry 5.0 and how AI is going to play a very major role in Industry 5.0. I think because I have got only 20 minutes, so I'll have to start. I'll have to finish very quickly. So as we know, like all other industrial revolutions, I mean, if you start from 1, 2, and 3, there were always a technological innovation that happened, and that propelled the adoption of that particular technology, and then we call it a industrial revolution, like 1, 2, 3, and even 4. But if you look at Industry 4.0 and 5.0, there is a very thin line distinction. Okay, and in fact, there has not been any technological, what do you call, innovation that happened that propelled or that initiated Industry 5.0. More than that, it is basically a philosophical kind of a thing that you can say, like in Industry 4.0. We all know, like we talk about interconnected devices, right? Interconnected devices, interconnected factories, and how we can leverage the data and the information, okay, into and that intelligence, okay, into the different aspects of our operation, probably strategies, roadmaps, and all other things, right? And AI plays a major role, right? They are in Industry 4.0 because when you talk about any kind of intelligence, any kind of cognition, then a technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning plays a major role because you have got data, okay? So you are getting data from all the sources, your IoT devices, huge amount of data. But if you want to get some inference out of that data, if you want to integrate that data into your learning loop or into kind of a feedback learning kind of a thing, you require a technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning. But here in 5.0, I think it is more of how we can make the entire ecosystem sustainable, right? So sustainability angle is the core focus, and putting human into the center of the stage is kind of so. That's why I say it, like there is no technological upgradation or innovation. Something new technology came, because of that we call it 5.0. Okay, it is not there. It is basically how to bring that sustainable angle, how to bring the angle of putting human at the center, how we can see that whatever productions that are happening, it is ultimately aligned with the betterment of human race, the humanity, and all other things. So that is the thing. So there is the little bit difference. So now some experts says that Web 3 and Metaverse is the technological driver for Industry 5.0. Okay, but personally, I don't believe it, because if you look at the Web 3 and Metaverse, it is not a new technology that has come into that life. So if we talk about Web 3, the basic concept of Web 3 is decentralization. Okay, how we can make the entire ecosystem decentralized, okay, rather than a centralized kind of a system like today. If you see all our social media sites, Google and all those things are centralized. Now, decentralization is the core philosophy of Web 3. Now, to achieve the decentralization, the technologies that are basically enabling decentralization are basically number one, of course, blockchain. Okay, blockchain at the back end, and along with that, I mean, you bring that immersive experience. For that, you require AR, VR, 3D modeling kind of a thing, or a bit of a gaming kind of a environment, and also like how to connect your applications to the blockchain, okay, to your smart contract. So smart contract is a very important aspect of Web3. But if you look at the entire technology gamut of technologies here, I mean, none of the technologies are very, very new that we can say that, okay, now this technology has actually started Industry 5.0. No, nothing. Blockchain was there for long, and all other things were also all the other technologies that we are using in Web 3.0 or Metaverse, okay, for that matter. These are not new technologies. Also, another very important thing is when we talk about Web 3, many people think that Metaverse is kind of the real implementation of Web3. Okay, even I don't actually agree with that. Okay, because we have still not seen the actual implementation of Web3. Okay, and it is evolving. Okay, it may take a different shape altogether. Of course, metaverse probably is the initial implementation of Web3, or one of the implementations of what Web3, you can say, right? Because Web3 may take a different shape. Okay, and it is very difficult to predict like how it is going to take a shape. The community-driven kind of a DAO, okay, decentralized autonomous organizations, and how it is going to take the shape, and what are the technologies that will come together to do that. Okay, still I think we'll have to wait for some time. Okay, and then only we'll see the actual implementation there. So although we may say that metaverse is like the key driver, or Web3 is the key driver for Industry 5.0, but probably that is not very correct. Okay, rather than it is mainly the philosophical angle, or the other angles, like as I told you, like how to bring sustainability into that, how we can see that whatever mass productions that we are doing is aligned to the betterment of humanity, kind of thing, the planet, and all other things. Okay, the SDG and all other things comes into picture here. Now, how AI is going to play a role? Already AI has played a major role in Industry 4.0. Okay, and it has already been playing because in most of the implementations, okay, AI and machine learning was implemented or are implemented essentially to bring that human cognitive element into that. Okay, so automations were there, but that cognitive automation were not there. To bring in that cognitive automation, you require a technology like machine learning or deep learning for that matter. And now coming to 5.0, if we say that Web3 is going to play a major role, then AI is going to be by default, okay, in Web 3.0. Okay, so AI is going to be an integral part of there. Because see, in a immersive environment, so let's take the example of metaverse only, because that is something that we have seen till now. So in the metaverse, so there are many things. For example, from my personal experience, while developing a bank virtual branch into the metaverse, the things, the challenges that we have faced is basically avatar to avatar communication. Okay, when actually you want to do a transaction. So suppose a customer avatar went to a virtual bank branch, and he or she wants to do a transaction, right? A real banking transaction. So now the bank employee avatar, which is sitting, so this is not a real avatar, right? I mean, this is an automated machine. Customer avatar is like customer is actually interacting, but the bank avatar is essentially the bank employee is not essentially interacting, right? So it is an automated machine. So the avatar to avatar communication, now when the customer avatar talks to the bank employee avatar, the bank employee avatar needs to understand that, and accordingly it needs to perform the transaction in the backend, right? Which is again in the blockchain, and then you've got API calls and all other things. So it does. So now here AI plays a major role, right? Because this interaction is only possible. So we have used something called neural voice. Okay, so this is only possible using artificial intelligence, right? Now, in the metaverse, there will be a lot of requirement of personalization, right? So once you go to the metaverse, and once somehow that environment needs to understand, okay, what are your likings, how you like, and all those things, and accordingly to change the entire thing as per your choice, kind of thing. So now to do that, you require a technology like AI. Okay, so that's how the personalization will come into picture. Second thing, there will also be kind of a language barrier, right, in the metaverse. So I mean, because the people across the world is going to join, right? So now to do that language conversion, okay, or the transition kind of a thing, you require artificial intelligence, right? And also the huge amount of data that has been generated, okay, from your movement, from your activities, from your shopping or whatever it is that you are doing in the metaverse, how to process that data, okay, how to process that data and bring intelligence out of that. There also AI is going to play a very major role. So that's how we can say that, like for Industry 5.0, okay, and if we agree that probably Web3 is going to be the future of that, or the metaverse is going to be the future of that, in any of the cases, I mean, AI is going to play a major role. Okay? AI is going to be integral to that. And now, now, what kind of AI it will be there? I mean, because I mean, when we talk about AI and machine learning, there are different variants of that. So one is, of course, kind of recommendations, right? So I mean, in a very layman term, recommendation. So this is basically hyper personalization. How you can do hyper personalization in many aspects. Okay, when we go to a metaverse and you want to buy something, there also you can do hyper personalization. You can actually recommend the right product, looking at various parameters of that individual, right? And you can do it. Second thing is for the business. Okay? AI is also going to help in terms of enabling cross-sell and upsell opportunities. So there will be a lot of companies, because see, Web3 and metaverse is going to be so that's what all the experts are saying. It's going to be the biggest democratic marketplace. Okay, so if you look at from the business angle, okay, so one part is definitely the experience part of it. Okay, so you can actually experience it in an immersive manner. Okay, put your Oculus and you can feel, and you can your avatar can roam. So that is number one part. So this is experience part. But apart from experience, there is also the utilities, because if you don't have utilities in any environment, that is not going to be sustainable. You need to provide the actual transactions kind of thing. And metaverse is going to be one of the biggest democratic marketplace, right? And where can you hear me? Am I audible? Hello.
Sir? Yes, sir.
You are audible.
Yeah.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, sure. So I think I've got 7 minutes, right? Yeah. So now how to this cross-sell and upsell opportunities, right? So when it is going to be a democratic market, and when I say democratic market, what is democratic market? Democratic marketplace in the sense, irrespective of where from you are, even small, big business, okay, any part of the world, any type of business, okay, you can actually start your business into in the metaverse or a Web3 kind of environment. So that is something the metaverse is promising, right? So and in this kind of a marketplace, definitely you require because finding the right customer in this kind of a market, okay, it is only possible if you have an intelligent mechanism, okay, because this is going to be a fast market, right? Only putting a store somewhere, you cannot expect that the avatars will come and buy products and services from you, right? So if you actually have to enable that, you need to have an intelligent mechanism somehow to reach out to your customers so that you can attract those customers into your store or into your whatever it is, I mean, the products and services and all of that. So there AI is going to play a major role. Okay. Now coming to other things like product launch and all other things, right? Product launch and all other things are already been happening. So Nike and this big brands are launching their products there. Even many fashion brands are already started launching their products, and it is going to be a big platform for product launch. Okay, and in fact, what I'm seeing is probably in a couple of years, any product launch, okay, is going to be there in the virtual world along with the physical world. Probably the physical world also it will happen here also, but definitely people are going to launch there also. So now for launching that product, okay, you cannot expect that everyone will come. So for example, okay, so I'm launching a product. They are in the metaverse, okay, and I have invited a lot of people into my product launch, and I'm expecting those avatars to come and be part of my product launch kind of a thing. So here also AI is going to play a major role, right? So and I told you, like language barriers. So your customers are different. Somebody is speaking French, somebody is speaking Portuguese, somebody is speaking some other language. Okay, and your product launch is happening. I mean, you are speaking English, right? How your audience will be able to understand that? Okay, because it's a global launch, right? So now you can have AI to help you out to do this kind of things, right? So that is another angle, like product launch and all other things. Now coming to another very important thing, what I can see that today, if you look at, I mean, although we have built a virtual bank branch into Metaverse, so practically nobody is going to do a transaction, go to Metaverse and do a transaction. So probably send some fund or pay some utility bill in Metaverse. So this is not practical. When you can do it in your mobile phone in just 2 taps. Okay, why your avatar will go into the Metaverse and then he'll do transactions? But think of a scenario. So probably. I don't know, probably in 10 years, there will not be any kind of website. Okay, so all the websites will be abolished. Okay, you will find only something which is immersive. Okay, so anyways, anything and everything that you do, okay, and probably we don't know today, okay, what other things will come up at that point of time. So probably people will be, compelled to go to that kind of immersive environment because there will be a lot of utilities there. There will be a lot of advantages there than going into kind of a Web 2 kind of environment, is still doing net banking or booking a ticket or doing something like that. So I'm talking about probably 10 years from now. So here, if you look at then a technology like AI, it is like silent. Okay. So already it is silent. So in the bank, when we do banking transactions, right? So many of the AI models are running. Okay, for your credit risks, okay, assessment, it is already running. The recommendations that you are getting in your mobile phone when you do a transaction, probably a recommendation for selling an insurance product or something like that, these are all happening through AI, right? All microfinancing, okay, I mean, this all decisions are taken by credit risk assessment kind of algorithm, right? But it is silent for the customer because you don't know that behind the scene what is happening, right? All kind of recommendations, the smart recommendations that are happening, looking at all your parameters, your demographic parameters, your transactional parameters, your financial parameters, your social parameters, and all the parameters has been taken into consideration to do a very right kind of a recommendation to you as per your need, as per your socioeconomic background. The time is also very, very important at this point of time, you know, and this is coming from all the data points from various sources, right? And running a machine learning model to get that intelligence that this is the right product at the right time to be recommended to this particular customer, right? But it is silent for you. For you, I mean, you don't know how it is coming, kind of thing. So in Web3 kind of environment, what I see is AI is by default, and it will be always silent, apart from some of the things that we'll see. Even the avatar movement and all those things, okay, how avatar appearance, they are, and all other things are being driven by AI. So AI is going to play a very, very major role in the background in a silent kind of a way in Web 3.0. But as I already pointed out, in fact, these are all speculations. We don't know what exact shape and form it is going to take. But looking at the trend at this point of time, definitely Web3 is going to take a big leap in a couple of years. Although we see now that metaverse and all those things are not getting so popular because of a lot of things. Because the technology itself is evolving, right? I mean, right now, if you go, you don't get that experience. It is not so easy also to go there. Okay, but this happens with every technology. Okay? You think of that .com at that point of time, right? I mean, it was or any other technology for that matter. It is not easy, but just wait for some time. Okay, it will be easy, and everybody will start using that, and definitely it is going to take a leapfrog. Okay, 100%. Okay, so with that, yeah. So if there are any questions or any other things, I'm ready to answer. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I missed most of the part, but I'm unable to. Mr. Gawasir, I'm unable to start my video back again.
Yes, sir. One of our co-hosts will assign you and allow you to view your video. And thanks a lot, sir, Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, sir. And it was a high time to know much in depth about artificial intelligence and industrial 5.0 and overall. So as we know, as you are one of consistent and reputed eminent speaker for IFERP earlier as well. So we are looking forward to have one better session in regards to the artificial intelligence and industry 5 again for our future members as students. So once again, we thank you for giving your time and taking your time to have your taking time to share your insight today. I really appreciate your talk today, sir. And now let's get on to the next speaker. Our 8th session speaker is Sri Sitaram, Senior Scientist, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, New Delhi, who is going to deliver the special keynote on India as clean energy producer. Sri Sitaram Meena is working as Scientist D in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Presently, he is engaged in policy formation for bioenergy and its implementation for the installation of small and medium-sized biogas plants in the country. He is also engaged in various governmental, technical, and policy frameworks. He has also represented India in various international forums and high-level dialogues like IBSA in Brazil, BIMS TEC in Thailand, and JICA in Japan. Beside this, he is a youth motivator for environmental protection through plantation with school students in rural India. After completing his master's degree, he worked for Arid Forest Research Institute. In 2009, he joined as a Scientist B in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Welcome, sir, and you can take over the session, please.
Thank you very much for introducing a good word for me. Anybody can verify I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir, we can view the screen.
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you.
You're audible and we can view the screen.
Very good evening and happy Republic Day to all of you. And once again, thanks for inviting me on this wonderful session. And I listened all the eminent speakers today. And so as my talk on India as a clean energy producer. So I have a limited presentation for you. You all realize that for all kind of developmental activity, we need energy, and energy production causes pollution and emit lot of pollutants. So what is the need of clean energy in developing era? So there is a growing population that cause clean energy, rising demand every day, every year, the increase of the power is increasing. Energy security and lot of waste is generating day by day, which cause deterioration of the environment, negative impact of environment. So this is the high time to adopt not only in energy consumption, but also in academics, in research, in behavioral change. We should take concern about the energy saving, energy efficiency, and also energy saving is a energy production. So if we talk about the what we need, particularly for in fuel, we need a economic, affordable, clean energy. We need easy accessible energy that should be reliable, and the energy should be environmental friendly. So these objectives bound us for utilization of clean energy. And today this the solar, wind, bio, small hydro, and recently the green hydrogen are the major component in the renewable energy. So not only national or the global, the clean energy have a lot of demand and discussion. As in Paris Agreement, we have declared our ambitious target for renewable energy, and the renewable energy capacity, we have installed a lot of about 173 over 174 gigawatt renewable energy we have introduced, already achieved before 9 years. As we set our target, and to achieve all these targets, as our Honorable Prime Minister given the Panchamrit concept in Glasgow COP26, and the Panchamrit is nothing, just only to adopt more and more the clean energy sources in our developmental activity. So the first Panchamrit is India will reach its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. Second is 50% energy requirement should be from renewable energy. Third Amrit is reduce the total carbon emission by 1 billion tons from now onward till 2030. Similarly, in fourth, by year 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%. And fifth is by year 2070, India will achieve the target of net zero emission. So my presentation is limited. As I said, there is a major component in renewable energy like solar and wind and hydrogen, small hydro. But as my topic is limited to bioenergy, because we are generating a lot of waste, and you see the picture in every common household, our mother and other the cooking create lot of indoor air pollution. As one estimation, in our country, more than 1.6 billion deaths only due to indoor air pollution. So that will cause lot of problem, lot of health issue. Similarly, each and every waste is generating CO2 and methane and the greenhouse gases. For example, the methane is 28 times more warm potential index than carbon dioxide. So these you well aware about the GHG emission. So luckily our country have a good conditions for biogas production, like ambient temperature, variety of feedstocks or waste. So we should utilize not only for energy production but also for sustainable agriculture and other byproducts, to not only energy point of view but also for sustainable development ecosystem also. So in bioenergy sector, there are multiple products or byproducts are there, and luckily in country we have abundant cattle population which generate lot of waste that can be used for biogas production. Similarly, we have great population of poultry which generate lot of waste that also can be used for biogas generation. As our ministry is dealing the program since 1980, and globally we are the second in the world for small biogas plants. We have more than 50 lakh biogas plants, and recently we have surveyed there are a lot of potential sector where we can think about this biogas program. So for biogas, which not only produce the energy but also save the environment, save the soil health. So there are many programs are there. We can utilize all kind of waste to generate. We have smart techniques in the biogas schemes. We are not only giving the subsidy for the biogas, but also we are supporting the research and development. We are supporting for training component. We have developed a trained manpower to generate the employment. So recently, many of us might have heard about the CBG, compressed biogas, which can be used as a good transport fuel, motive fuel, and we are providing the various kind of subsidy as per the requirement of the users, like CBG, like power generation, like burning fuel, and government have provision to offtake mechanism. Earlier there is a problem that biogas can be generated but it is not marketing is there. Now we have Satat scheme, under that government will assured of offtake mechanism to for the final product. So, and we have concept of smart cities. So without treating the waste, we cannot think about the smart city or a smart village. So we have different kind of schemes for small, medium, and large size of biogas plants. Similarly, we have briquetting and pelleting scheme is there, which can be used any kind of organic waste and can generate pellets and briquettes, which use as a fuel, burning fuel, or supplement for the power plants, which coal-based power plants. Government decide to mix the briquette and pellets, which generate by the use of local waste. So without disseminating the agriculture or any kind of organic waste, we can not clean the environment, we cannot recycle the material. So recently we introduced the briquette pelleting manufacturing plant scheme. So anybody can submit their online plant application for briquette and pellets that not require huge investment. Obviously the CBG require a lot of investment, but in this scheme we have a lot of provisions for biogas promotion. The government declare the biogas sector as a white category. Similarly, Department of Fertilizer recognize the fermented organic manure as a organic manure, so we can reduce the burden of imported material or chemical fertilizer like urea and DAP. We can use as a good soil conditioner and nutrient source for our soil. So now ministry have online scheme and implementation mechanism for easy of the business. And the third program, that is the oldest program in the country for renewable energy, that is the small biogas plants. In this plant, we can use cow dung, any kitchen waste to generate the cooking fuel, and that will help us for women, because in a survey we found that 1.5 hour to 2.5 hour per day a woman has to spend their time for firewood collection or cow dung preparation, drying and storage. But here we have small biogas as a solution for cooking fuel. And today we have smart technology available which can use on not only in cow dung but also other kitchen waste or organic waste, fruit waste or market waste. We are providing subsidy, and the online application mechanism is there. Anybody can submit their interest for installation of biogas. Ministry have web portal for all these schemes. In the last of presentation, you will find the web link of the portals where we provide the different as per the demand of the biogas plant or as per the availability of cow dung and member in the family. So there is a various range of biogas plants that can be choose by the user, and for installation we are also providing various kind of subsidy. Apart from a small biogas plant, ministry is providing medium-sized biogas plant like for dairy industry, poultry farms, food processing units, or community-sized biogas plants. Also, we are providing additional subsidy for registered Goshala, because in Goshala they are producing lot of waste and creating pollution nearby cities. So that require not only a biogas plant but also a behavioral change is required so that we can attain the objective of the cleanliness. So we have well-structured program in the country. Various state department, government departments like Rural Development and Agriculture Department are there. National Dairy Development Board and Khadi Village Industry, they are implementing the program in the country. So I suggest you all, if your neighbors or relatives or friends have animal in village or have sufficient amount of kitchen waste, for example, 10 kg, 10 kilogram kitchen waste is sufficient to run a biogas plant that can produce a biogas for 3 to 5 family member. That is sufficient to fulfill the cooking needs of that family. And for successful implementation of the program, we have provisions for training and R&D and quality control in the biogas. So here you can compare this, benefits, or can imagine what is the present in the absence of biogas in our rural India. We should change the mindset and we should adopt the clean and green energy sources, either cooking fuel or other developmental activities. So here I just try to elaborate that a biogas plant can attain various kind of sustainable development goal, not only for affordable and clean energy sources, but also it support sustainable agriculture, employment, climate action, and various, means this is the only product which fulfill maximum number of SDG. More than 7 or 8 SDG can be met out only through adopting a biogas plant. So here, these are the online portal submission. Anybody can register their interest for applying biogas. Today, we have sufficient technology that can work on various n number of ways. So the clean and green energy is the essential, is the prime requirement for the environmental point of view. And here I calculate all the benefits from the biogas. Only single cubic meter biogas can save up more than 40,000 benefits in a year, and the cost of a single biogas plant is nearby 30 to 35,000, and there is no machine. It can work more than 20 years, and there is a lot of benefits. As here you can see, a single biogas plant can return the whole investment in 12 to 14 months, and the saving is nearby 30,000 in a year, and other benefits are there. Government of India have other schemes for biogas sector. If a Gram Panchayat wants his village to clean and green, then they can adopt a community-sized biogas plant under Govardhan scheme. Similarly, Government of India has the Satat program, where a larger amount of waste, like city waste, can be utilized for producing the transport fuel that is equivalent to CNG. Chemically, there is no difference in CNG and CBG. So the oil marketing company like IOC, HPCL, BPCL, they will purchase your final product as per the BIS standards, and many more can happen. Interesting person can contact me about the larger or any kind of biogas plants or schemes. Similarly, for promoting the biogas sector, there are other policy instruments are there, like for equipment and machinery, there is the lowest GST slab is there, and the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has addressed the issue that you can use this CBG in your existing motor vehicles. No need to change your engines. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges are there in the biogas sector, like the availability of feedstock. Technology sometimes is a challenge, and behavioral changes are very limiting factor, that we are mixing all kind of waste that need resources, time and technology to segregate the waste, because for biogas production the only degradable part is useful. So there is a great requirement is there, requirement for change our mindset to segregate the waste right from our home. But there is no difficult. There is a lot of possibilities are there. So our scientific approach, our academic approach should be in such a way that the one famous Dr. Carver scientist narrate the situation that society finds it difficult to change the routine approach toward life. Our target is that the change should come in such a way that people should not even know that they have been changed. So with this, I stop myself. And apart from the biogas, the solar, India has lot of progress in solar and wind. We have International Solar Alliance that is globally, institute or association of the major Capricorn countries. And recently, Government of India has the green hydrogen mission. The green hydrogen mission, which ultimately lead our toward the achieving our target for clean and green energy. So there is a it is proved that there is a great demand and very prime time to adopt all the green energy technologies are there. So this is a challenge for all the researcher, engineers and policymaker to simplify, to adopt the technologies for production more and more clean and green energy, so that our globe can be protected in a sustainable way without affecting our developmental activities. So once again, I thank the team of IFERP and especially Mr. Vengesh, who invite me for the wonderful virtual meeting. So I look forward from your question, queries, and I dropped my email ID and contact number in the chat box. Anytime you can approach me or
Thank you,
request
sir.
me for any kind of assistance. Our ministry also supporting various kind of research and developmental activity in the field of renewable energy. You can share this. This is the portal where you can submit your all kind of requests. So thank you once again and happy Republic Day. I love your question, queries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I would highlight a word called "Go Green." It's more about what you have been sharing your knowledge on biogas. And yes, sir, we will share your email address, and we will also promote the link which you have shared, because segregating the waste, organic materials which are used, which are been segregated from food waste or animal waste, and that can be reusable. So it's purely a high time that everyone has to accept and make this change, implement, and try to segregate the waste in their home and possibly generate a green energy.
Once again, I want to add here that we are connecting with every institute. It may be college, university, or offices, and there is a canteen. So I want to install a biogas plant in each and every canteen and hostels. That is my dream. So everybody should adopt, can think about it, because planning is first essential step to achieve the success in this direction. So I request you all, please think about a biogas plant installation in a canteen, hostel, at least, so that our young generation can see and can think about in future.
Yes, for sure. And we have seen few colleges and few other hotels. They are implemented. They have already implemented the biogas systems, and it's IFERP believes that we have to create some kind of awareness where people have to make themselves to change and to segregate the waste. So I strongly believe this will happen to have a better future with green energy. So once again, thank you, sir, and thank you for sharing your insight. And let's get on to the next speaker. He's Lieutenant Commander Jaswant Saini, Cyber Warfare Officer, Indian Navy, Government of India, Mumbai, who will deliver the special keynote on Navy's vision of Cyber Security 2023. Lieutenant Commander Jaswant Saini is an accomplished computer, networks, and system security professional with 10 plus years of experience in designing and evaluating networks, application security, architecture in entire complex systems, along with managing secure IT operations within the multi-directional working environment of the Navy, Indian Navy. Military leader with a proven track record of leading specialized cyber teams through challenging tasks. It's amazing to introduce you, sir, and welcome. Now you can take over the session, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, for this nice introduction. Happy Independence Day to all. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
The
screen is visible.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for confirmation. First of all, I would like to thank IFERP organizer for giving me this opportunity to connecting with you all on this special occasion. I'm Lieutenant Commander Jaswant Saini, Cyber Warfare Officer at Indian Navy. Today, I would be taking you through Navy's vision of Cyber Security 2023. The scope of my presentation is as flashed. To start with, I would like to share a few cyber attacks across the globe. This information has been gathered from various online sources. Sony's PlayStation Network, which is a multiplayer gaming service and game purchasing service, which was attacked by the hacker group. Banking information of tens of thousands of players was compromised, and PSN as well as Sony Online Entertainment Agency was closed for a month. Marriott Hotel attack, where privacy of 500 million customers was compromised. The Bangladeshi bank cyber heist, which was a coordinated digital attack where hackers stole $1 billion from the Bangladeshi National Bank by using fake SWIFT transaction. The Shimon virus attack was a computer virus that has shut down $1 trillion business empire. The target of the virus was Saudi Arabian Aramco, the largest oil and gas company in the world. There are a few more attacks on the petrochemical plant where hacker have taken over the plant and could have caused massive explosion at the plant, killing hundreds of people. Stuxnet, one of the most dangerous malware ever existed, attacked the Iranian uranium enrichment facility and destroyed the nuclear power enrichment plant and taken the Iran almost 10 years back in the terms of technology. Again, NotPETA, a virus which has taken out Ukraine's electric grid, their subway system, and their ATMs, and kept Ukraine out of service. WannaCry, almost all of us are aware of that, which has caused approximately $4 billion of damage in 2017. Similar attack have also happened in India. Few recent attacks I'll cover. The Amazon, Flipkart, Jio Mart 10 crore data sold, where the Just Pay, the agency which is handling their server, has been compromised and the customers' data was released on darknet. The government-owned oil and gas extraction company Oil India Limited reported case of cyber attacks where it has found a ransom note on one of the infected computer demanding 58 crores of ransom. Tech Mahindra, which manages the smart city project of Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, filed a criminal report about a ransomware attack that resulted in a loss of an estimated 35 CRs. Similarly, there are attacks on MobiWik, a digital wallet company. Air India's data was breached and the frequent flyer information and the credit card data was filtered over the internet. The Domino's data was also breached and the data of the customers, including the credit card and other information, was leaked over internet. Similarly, we have recently heard about the AIMS Delhi attack of ransomware. The Tata Power was attacked by the state-sponsored hackers where the whole grid was down for some time. So move on to our next concept. These attack has already been happening from time to time. So in order to compensate or counter these attacks, cybersecurity has been introduced, which was already existing from an era in outside world, but it is a very new concept, not a new concept nowadays, but it is still a new concept for the common people in India. What is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is the protection of defined internet-oriented devices and services from malicious attacker by unauthorized entities. Why do we need cybersecurity? We need cybersecurity to protect against phishing schemes, ransomware attacks, identity theft, data breaches, financial loss, privacy concern, and the critical infrastructure safeguard. How do we achieve it? Cybersecurity can be strengthened by defending the core principle of information, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which means information to be made available to the intended and authorized user. The information should be accurate, it should not be modified or tampered, and it should be made available whenever it is required. To counter cybersecurity attacks, various organizations have been set up in our country, which includes NTRO, which is an intelligence agency directly under NSA for safeguarding against the cyber threats, mainly in the field of communication and electronic warfare. It is working hand in hand with RAW and IB. CERTIN is the national nodal agency for responding to computer security incidents as and when they occur. It is designated to serve as the national agency to perform the function in the area of cyber security, which include collection, analysis, and dissemination of information on cyber incident. Certain issues, guidelines, advisories, vulnerability notes related to information security practices. NCIIPC is required to monitor and report national level threats to critical information infrastructure. It is akin to CERT India, but only it is looking for the critical infrastructure. These critical sectors are power and energy, banking, financial services, insurance, telecommunication, transportation, government, strategic and public enterprises. NCCC was the first layer for cyber threat monitoring for all communication with the government as well as the private service providers. These work with hand in hand with the ISPs and report the real-time incident against any kind of malicious attack. National Cybercrime Coordination Center was set up to act as a nodal point in the fight against cybercrime. It is composed of National Cybercrime Threat Analysis Unit, National Cybercrime Reporting Platform for Joint Cybercrime Investigation Team, National Cybercrime Forensic Laboratory, National Cybercrime Training Center, and National Cybercrime Research and Innovation Center. The Defense Cyber Agency, commonly known as DYCA, has been set up under Tri-Services Command. DCYA have the capability to hack into network, mount surveillance at operations, recover deleted data from hard drives and cell phones, break into encrypted communication channels, and perform other complex objectives. DCYA have the responsibility of framing a long-term policy for the security of military networks, which include eliminating the use of foreign hardware and software, and also preparing the cyber warfare doctrine. As the world is moving towards digital era, Indian Navy is no more behind, and there have been a tremendous development in Navy in the digital and cyber domain. State-of-the-art net-centric operation center have been set up by Indian Navy for launching the attack from the command and control center and centrally coordinating and supervising the operations at sea through effective communication and real-time picture of the situation. Maritime domain surveillance have been set up for keeping an eye on all the activities across the coastal region and further building the capability for extending into the IOR region with the help of Rukmani satellite. The ICT and SCADA based machinery and combat management systems have been installed in the Indian naval ship and submarines for having a better control over machinery and also providing the required input to command and control center. It is a tremendous tool in protection of machinery by providing the error and fault alerts, thereby saving the catastrophic disasters. AI-based tools have been extensively used in the logistic and defect management systems. Also, they are being used as a vital bodies for office administration activities. Big data analytics have been applied on the huge data generated over various defect management systems, reports, inventory management systems across Navy. And these results received are being collected, and from them information is being gathered using the big data tools, which have proven to be a handy tool in selecting the right platform for mission-based deployments. Various information management systems have been set up by Navy for handling administration work like ERP-based logistic management system, human resource management system, payroll management systems, building management systems, health management systems. These systems have increased the efficiency of the office administration and support to the organization exponentially. Communication is the vital element in any operation, as it is the medium by which strategy and the tactics is made available to the last man. Navy have made tremendous progress in the field of communication by setting up of robust communication channel using most of the technologies available in the space domain. that is in using HF, UHF, microwave, VLF, and even satellite communications. With the help of information management systems and using the paperless policies, Navy is also contributing her role toward protecting the health of our environment by going paperless. This has been a recent change in the naval mindset, where we are showcasing the events over social media in order to serve two main purposes. That is, encouraging the youth towards joining the esteemed service and using it as a deterrence measure to warn the adversaries. As everything comes with price and there are cons associated with the pros, various challenges are also being faced by navies, which includes state-sponsored attack, which are sophisticated attack, use advanced persistent threat methodology, and gain system access. Their motive is to penetrate as deep as possible and be silent till the time required. They are highly sophisticated and use zero-day vulnerabilities whose countermeasures have not been deployed. As the primary role of Navy is to fight war, therefore she has little scope for spending the manpower for the research and development work. Unlike all other forces, Navy has to depend on the other research institutes like DRDO, WESI. Most of the microchips and COTS products are not developed in our country. Therefore, there exists a possibility of product being delivered with the infected malware, which can cause immense damage whenever required. The same we have seen during the Iranian nuclear power grid, and the Steknus was used the Siemens microcontrollers. EW attacks. Navy is majorly operating in the sea, therefore connectivity is established through the wireless media, operating in different frequency ranges, which provide a large attack vector for the electronic warfare operations. EW operations are generally combined with other attacks like missile launch, which gives very limited reaction time. Due to the advancement of quantum computing, the processing capability have increased many folds. AES encryption, which takes 100 years to break with the help of supercomputer, are now suspected to be broken in few minutes. Recently, there was an paper published by a Chinese group organizations where they have used 320 bits of quantum bits of computer. Currently, 460 bit of qubits of computer is available with IBM. Although many are opposing this theory, but still it's a threat. Due to the involvement of third party, there are risks of information disclosure and breaches. There are poor maintenance support available for the indigenous product after the delivery, thereby affecting the operations and hampering the non-availability of the systems. Again, naval personnel are continuously targeted by the adversaries by various methods, not limited to honey trapping, causing a severe threat to information disclosure. Therefore, armed forces are not allowed to be on social media like Facebook and Instagram. This is an attack on human psychology, causing the feeling of distress and disturbing the harmony by false propaganda and long-term approach, like changing the map of Indian, what we have seen earlier. The Kashmir portion now is not being displayed on Google Maps, or when you search a map on a map of India on Google, you will find the difference what you and I would have seen earlier during our childhood days. Phishing attack on nickmail, cyber frauds, and budget constraints and non-availability of skilled manpower are few more challenges faced by Navy. In order to counter the challenges and adversaries, Navy have adopted many controls and mechanisms. Few are technical, few are based on the policies, some are organizational control and development of new systems. I would be covering them in detail. Defense in depth is a strategy that leverages multiple security measures to protect asset so that if one line of defense is compromised, additional layer exists as a backup to ensure that threats are stopped along the way. For example, we have a security guard at or the security sentry at every locations or the establishment of armed forces. But still, whenever you want to enter into a data center, there is a biometric control placed so that somebody, if he has entered inside the establishment, should not be allowed inside the data center. Thereafter, inside the building also, to safeguard against the data center, only limited control have been established. So these kind of layered security has also been established with the help of technical controls. When we have to log into a different network, all these kind of controls have been in place, providing a total defense in depth. Segregation of duties is the core internal control and an essential component used by Navy for her risk management strategy. It emphasizes sharing the key responsibilities by distributing the discrete function of these processes to multiple people and departments, helping them to reduce the risk of possible error and fraud. It is same as what we called a maker checker concept in the banks, where one person authorizes and other person releases. The principle of least privilege referred to an information security concept in which a user is given the minimum level of access or permission needed to perform their jobs. This widely spread cybersecurity best practice has helped Navy in protecting privileged access to high value system. Again, micro-segmentation is implemented as a granular firewall policies at the application level, which means east to west controls or the movement of any compromised system should not happen. That means if an application is compromised, it should not be able to compromise the other application in the data center. Zero trust principle is executed on enterprise infrastructure of Navy, which assumes there is no implicit trust granted to asset or a person based solely on their physical or environment network location or on the asset ownership. State-of-the-art encryption system designed and graded by a scientific analysis group to secure information in transit and at rest against the unauthorized users have been set up by Indian Navy. Navy has set up her own private cloud infrastructure for provisioning of high availability of services during any hardware failure or any cyber attack. State-of-the-art bomb-proof data center and DR facilities have been set up by Navy to safeguard the mission-critical systems against any kind of adverse activities. Various technical tools like next-generation firewalls, security incident and event management, antivirus, intrusion prevention system, HIPS, anti-advanced persistent threat, intrusion detection system, rights management system, data leak prevention system, etc. have been set up by Navy, which has helped in preventing the malicious attack. Apart from that, 24/7 monitoring of naval network and application is being carried out by Indian naval personnel for any quick reaction or adversaries. Now, I would like to cover few of the advancement in Navy which are not that much technical but has helped in the advancement of countering the cyber attacks, like laying of OFC across the Navy. Optical fiber has been laid by Navy, which is spreading across 69 cities. It has been set up under the project NCN, which is a part or subsidy of project NFS. When the spectrum was released by Indian Army to the Ministry of Telecom and BSNL. Recently, in 2022, forensic lab has been set up by Naval Cyber Group, which is capable of carrying out the digital forensic of all kind, and even capable of extracting the hidden information, even the formatted information. Satellite data centers have been set up by Indian Navy for providing the communication to the Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar Islands. Also, these data centers are capable of providing quick support through the satellite mounted vehicle, which can be sent to the required area whenever there is a power cut to a data center or any OFC cut or any breakage in services there. Naval Cyber Group have been set up for defending against all kind of cyber operations targeting the naval infrastructure. Inter-services cyber exercises are being carried out to sharpen the skills and defenses in the field of cybersecurity. These exercises play a vital role in validating the controls, place, and finding the loopholes. Specialized entry for IT trained manpower for building the capability in digital world have been set up by Navy. This entry was started under Short Service Commission. Engineers graduated from the field of computer science and IT are commissioned in executive branch of Navy. And thereafter, they are being imparted with a specialized trainings for IT and IW operations to manage the communication infrastructure of Indian Navy. I am also a part of IT cadre of Indian Navy. It was established, it was started in 2012. Extensive use of Make in India products have been adopted by Navy, and also Navy is following the principle of Atmanirbhar Bharat and moving from cost product to the indigenization. Specialized training in the field of IT and IW have been started by Navy. Information Technology Specialization course, Advanced Information Warfare course have been started by Navy. Navy have been an active propagator of Cyber Jagrukta Divas, and every week of the month is dedicatedly devoted for training of men on the cyber awareness. Navy has formulated the strict policy and procedure and implemented the administrative control for minimizing the risk of error. Unlike the others, we are governed by Navy Act, and as armed forces are known for, we have a zero tolerance for the mistakes and strict actions are being undertaken against any defaulters. Although phenomenal countermeasures have been adopted by Indian Navy, still they are ever-ending cat and mouse game between the defender and the attacker. For continuous growth, many projects have been in line at different stages for completion. I'll be covering few of them. Security, orchestration, automation, and response, commonly known as SOAR, is to streamline the security operations. With the help of SOAR technologies, Navy can collect input monitored by the security operation team. These tools will allow to define incident analysis and response procedure in a digital workflow format. It will allow automated accumulation and flow of security threat data between the security technologies like SIEM, threat intelligence platform, firewall, incident response platform. It can be deployed in different environments like cloud environment, on-premise environment, and facilitate automated response to security threats. Network access control, commonly known as NAC, is the tool used for restricting unauthorized user and devices from gaining access to a private network. NAC will help Navy to ensure that only users who are authenticated and devices that are authorized and compliant with security policies can enter the network. Navy, through our organization known as VESI, are developing their own encryption system for defense against the known vulnerabilities of commercially available encryption algorithm. Also, it will be helpful in defending against the quantum threat. Navy is moving from different databases managed by individual application administrator to a single database, so the identity can be tracked to the last man responsible and accountability will be improved. Armed forces are moving from the old ID cards to the RFID based digital ID cards for protecting against the human errors and card forgeries. Role based access management will be instituted using the smart ID cards, and only required personnel will be given the access for applications and locations. It will increase the security and monitoring. Cyber Command is being set up akin to the other developed countries like China and USA for strengthening the cyber operations and improving the defensive controls. Separate information communication technology cadre is being set up, comprising of personnel from communication cadre and IT cadre, for increasing the coupling between two cadres and for strengthening the command and control center. Topic on cybersecurity cannot end without some takeaway for users in the form of do's and don'ts. These are as flashed. This is the most important do's and don'ts which I used to cover and which I propagate. Tell all my men whenever I'm giving any lectures. Don't install any unnecessary apps. What is mean is any app which you are not using from last 1 week, please uninstall them. You take hardly 1 minute to install any app and another 1 minute to authenticate yourself. So there is no necessity to have multiple apps in your phone. Whenever there is a need, you can install them so that you are reducing the attack vector. Nothing is free, so don't let anyone lure you in terms of money, lust, or anything else. Don't use free VPN. It's a big no. All VPN companies are monitoring your traffic, your network, and your data. And the free VPN companies will giving this service only to extract information from you. A big no to open Wi-Fi. Yeah, don't believe on any information from social media. It's generally being released for carrying out the PSYOP operations. Don't trust anyone. Don't share your personal information. Educate family, especially minors and elders. Double check the facts, report the frauds, and patch up your systems. Navy is improving fast on the road to cyber strengthening in a big way. If she does not want to be surprised, she should prepare for futuristic war in cyber domain. With world becoming increasingly dependent on automation and computers, the new sophisticated technologies knocking at our doors, we will become vulnerable to information warfare attack. We have to take concrete steps to strengthen the cybersecurity posture and develop cyber warfare capabilities against all adversaries. With that, I'm finished with my presentation, and I would like to thank IFERA for giving me this opportunity to deliver my thought and the Navy's vision for 2023. Now I would like, I have all, I think, crossed my time, and I would like to hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. And as personally, we have made a note of all the do's and don'ts. And this kind of awareness is much recommended to share among the rural areas as well. So on behalf of IFERP, we will try to put forward this do's and don'ts to reach as many people as possible. And we really appreciate your time taken to share your insight. And we are really proud of you of being in one such high profile in handling and supporting our Indian Navy. So once again, we thank you for your time, sir. And I can see that there are a few other questions, few other participants who are raising few questions, and we try to answer those questions in the chat box. But as due to the time constraint, we will forward those questions to the concerned speakers. But provided we will also organize according to the availability of the speaker, we will organize another session to have a clear explanation, in-depth knowledge about their topics. So I will skip the questions right now. Please excuse us, as I want to highlight that there's, because of the time constraint, your questions will be answered soon. And few questions which are being answered right now through the chat box is fine. So we will get on to the next final speaker, who is Mr. Dr. Khaja G.M. Baibani, Chief Medical Officer, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, who is going to deliver the speech on Ayushman Bharat, healthcare digitalization for expanded service delivery, even in health and wellness centers with no doctors. Dr. Khaja is an experienced doctor with a demonstrated history of working in the hospital and healthcare industry. Skilled in clinical research, life science, clinical trials, preventive medicines, good clinical practice, strong healthcare service professional with MBBS from Usmania Medical College, India, and a Doctor of Medicine in Internal Medicine Residency Program from USA. He also holds multiple advantage, fellowship, and degrees to his credentials from various countries. Currently, he is working for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India and Telangana State as a Senior Chief Medical Officer in Karimnagar District of Telangana State, India. Also providing healthcare in places where there is no doctor. Empathetic listener, he has returned back to India after his higher studies, especially to render his service to both poor, needy people as well as the rich, and is especially keen to see India in par with Western countries in healthcare sector. It's such an honor to welcome you, sir, and you can take over the session, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gavaskar. I am very excited actually, and I'm very actually it's been a long time, like delivering a webinar. So I think all of you have gone a little, a long time. So no, regarding healthcare technology and hub. So I didn't prepare any slides for especially for this because it's a very big topic, and it itself, medicine itself is such a big ocean that it's not an ocean, it's entire universe. I am first very thankful to the organizers, IFERP, and I appreciate all the presentations made by my co-speakers, panelists. Actually, I think I am very younger to look like very young. I'm honored actually. Thank you very much. Trying to share the screen now, where I can take you on a tour, like I will definitely try to rejuvenate you back. How do I share the screen? Actually, should I go to the selective window or?
Sir, hope I guess you have the option right below down the screen.
Yeah, share screen. It's showing me optimize and so should I share advanced? Okay,
I
share
click on
screen.
share screen and
Multiple. There are multiple actually. The PowerPoints here.
yeah, once you click on share screen, try selecting the PowerPoint.
Yeah, yeah. Am I audible and is it?
Yes, sir.
So I
Yes,
should
sir. We
be
can view the
doing
screen.
multiple
You're
parts
audible.
share the simultaneously. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Actually.
And your screen is visible, sir, and we can.
Am I audible clearly? Actually,
Yes, sir.
confirm. So about the healthcare technology hub, just guiding you, taking to you to the navigated to you the whole in 30 minutes is not possible actually. So, but it's an important part actually health because healthcare as a medical officer am or we are just not doctors actually we are healthcare managers also so uh, I really appreciate all the panelists who have from where I just grabbed like the threads where they are entangling actually via the health care. So I would first like to highlight about the COVID, the first wave that we had, COVID wave. So this COVID wave, actually COVID 19 virus, actually in 2019, I guess everybody must have gone through a very tough time during those couple of years back. So it has I mean to say that the importance of health here we can see how the time tested us during the COVID period. We were like something like we were going through a pandemic in the sense there was no after the now if I go into the COVID-19 now it's a very big scenario. Okay, now the post-COVID consequences, there is no pros or cons if I say. I don't think there are pros and cons also. The important part here is we learned so many things and we identified our potential there, that how we could generate the healthcare technology, how we can integrate this health and wellness improvement and everything and prevention and all these so many things actually. So the reach of the government actually now I would like to highlight about a step of the government of India that the healthcare for everybody. So what the important part here is how we are using technology and this hub actually, and all the satellites, everything that we have discussed previously, all from the intake that I have taken from all you people. Here in this, how technology actually is important, and the potential of this one. So health for everybody. So now even we have seen that I have seen sorry for being a little slower actually. Now, I saw in so many countries where they are now at preventive level and we are at curative level. So it's something like a global shift. When the Western countries were in the curative level, we were at the infective level. Now they're now here. Now important thing is I would like to introduce about the comprehensive. Now previously there used to be primary health centers, which we called as the PHCs. Now we have gone. We want health for everybody, so that it can be accessible to each and every nook and corner, deep inside the where there is no doctor or no healthcare provider. So health and wellness. Now we started health and wellness centers actually. Now Ayushman Bharat, that program actually, it has been named as Ayushman Bharat, and the primary health centers now in town, they are called as urban health centers. Now we have there is a paradigm shift here now from PHCs to comprehensive PHCs, that is primary healthcare centers, and now we are using technology and artificial intelligence, and we have gone deep inside to the we have now reached nook and corner and providing few health. Okay, I think you can see the change of the disease burden. Actually, I don't want to discuss the ranking of 2007 and 2017 about the percentages, premature deaths, and but here the communicable diseases, maternal, neonatal, nutritional diseases. I think am I audible? Is it fine? Can anybody confirm actually?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
So now let us divide this. Communicable diseases are nothing but which are caused by these germs. We can say, let us say germs broadly. Okay. Bacteria and all this. Now, maternal health is very important. After that comes the neonatal health. Neonat is the first 30 days after birth. The first month is a neonate, and the nutritional diseases, the deficiencies. Now, most of the areas experts, panelists who have discussed. Shared their views are all related here now. Now non-communicable diseases are those like diabetes and CADs and these, and the others are the injuries. Okay. So let's move. These are now the Delhi's attributable risk factors in India. which are, we can say broadly, behavioral risks are there. There are environmental and occupational risks are there. There are metabolic risks. So all these have to be decreased actually. So the concept of these health and wellness centers, now we call it as sub-centers, the public the peripheral, I mean to say primary health centers and urban health centers have field hospitals again. So they are, the field hospitals are again the what we call ANM, that is the full form of ANM stands for auxiliary nurse and midwife. So ANM actually they are in charge of the field hospital, that is sub-center. Now we have changed that into a health wellness center, where we have appointed doctors. Now we have taken doctors, and now even I was talking about the behavioral list. So these now we have, if we are gonna reach them, penetrate them, and make them understand, and what we call as behavioral change, what we call, they should be motivated. They should know. Actually, there are many areas I have seen in the rural areas where the people are poor. They don't know that there is a person called a doctor or a hospital or something like a health center or like that. They haven't heard even. I was not. So this is the universal health coverage. So that's the main concept here. Let me tell you, this is Pradhan Mantri's Jan Arogya Yojana. So this is the continuum of care. Now the unmet need, the existing services that we had already are RM and CH plus A, that is. In this, first, let me tell you, first we have to educate them and let them know that we had the prevention part is important, the promotive part, the curative part. Then after comes the rehabilitative part and the palliative care. This is the actually important part actually. Now the Western countries are at the preventive and promotive level. Now we are at the curative level now. So, but the important here is the comprehensive primary, you can say here, care through health. CPHC, that is through health wellness centers, the primary. So previously, actually, we used to refer directly to the secondary centers, that is the district hospitals, district civil hospitals, and their. But here, the gatekeeping is very important. So when we have health wellness clinics, actually, where doctor is there, and we provide the unmet needs, NCDs, non-communicable diseases, other chronic diseases also. Okay, here this is the secondary level is the next referral level. So here, important part, I want to tell you how technology plays a role here. Science and technology actually, first let me introduce you the importance of science and technology in medicines, manufacturing of medicines, as well as biomedical equipment and everything, as the lieutenant commander has he has insisted that going homegrown, something like we should be be homegrown, like our scientist doctor has mentioned that. So now we are here actually. I told one point here regarding COVID situation. Now that has tested us to that has taken us and to the whole world to the bottom of the ocean, but still it didn't break us. We emerged from it, we learned from it, and we were able to manufacture the medicines and the biomedical equipments, and we were even able to export, not import, even export also. Extensive research and development, R&D has been done, and the world started looking towards us now. Now we are on the global map where healthcare technology is the actually this healthcare, the information technology, or I should say technology for the healthcare. Now they have started looking at us now that we can also do it. India, the main important thing here about the secondary and tertiary, that is the teaching hospital, this one. So health wellness centers. So now let's move on actually to the key elements of to roll. I'll just roll out the key elements of this CPHC, Comprehensive Primary Health Center. So here expanded the delivery service delivery, whatever it is, whatever it is, in the sense I am talking about the healthcare technology, use of technology. Okay, and then the continuum of care, the COC, that is. So, and now let me introduce you to that video consultation rather than referral. Video consultation. There was no video consultation. Now we are in par with foreign countries also. So where even I am taking care of from the health wellness center, that is the field hospital somewhere lying deep inside what we call, let me tell you, the Godavari riverbed, the river area where my primary health center, where I am temporarily assigned there. So from there, the what we call the auxiliary nurse and midwives and doctors have been given the technology, that is the 5G for everything placed here now. All the information systems and the hardware systems, like the tabs have been distributed free of cost with SIM 4G SIMs, and where directly video call will be straight away routed to the medical officer, that is me. Immediately the whole data will be entered, and it will be saved, and directly it will be what we call as I should say, like it is video consultation, like using technology interface now in this medical and health services. So where I can immediately diagnose the patient and write the medicines and send the prescription with my facsimile, and where here I can mention here the importance of cyber security that the Lieutenant Commander has mentioned, which is very important here because my facsimile is very important. It goes by name and my facsimile, the login. So we have gone, we have penetrated, we have gone. Now we have expanded our HR and CHO, that doctor is at the field hospital health wellness center is called community health officer, and multi-skilling, and then medicines and expanding diagnostics. Even go deep inside from there, actually we draw the take the samples, and then so the vehicle logistics, they come with the immediate at a certain time, and then immediately it is taken to the district level where the hub is there. Immediately all the specialists of biochemistry, pathology, etc. would immediately the tests are run, and they are again sent to the this one now diagnostic, the T hub actually. So in this way, the out of pocket expenditure, OPE, I should mention, we are trying to decrease a lot by providing these. So diagnostics here, we are even bringing biomedical instruments all the way through from why only the city people or the town people residing should avail the services. So straight away we started being a smart city also, and being Karimnagar district being a smart city as well as pilot project city. Many of these pilot programs are being implemented, and after the successful planning everything, then it is rolled on in other districts and then other states and districts. And even medicines and expanding diagnosis. Even medicines, I don't have to, or somebody doesn't have to go all the way to the I should say all the way to the district CDS, that is Central Drugstore, and go and bring that in a separate vehicle like that. Just we I log in into the CDS, this one. And the required medicines, I put it, and then the vehicle comes, and it happens like this. So community mobilization and health promotion, this is the very important part actually. The very important part is community mobilization. The awareness is very important. Health promotion and awareness. Without this, there is nothing we can do. We have it's something like bilateral. Now it's actually a total human behavioral organization, something like that. So we mobilize, we have Anganwadi centers and teachers and Anganwadi Ayas, and we have MPDO, MRO. We collaborate at mandal levels, district levels, and we roll out, and panchayat secretaries, and we mobilize. And then the robust IT system is there. Here, the robust, without the IC, the government has been providing the robust IT system where Lenovo Think systems and laptops and tabs are being setup actually given, and that one as well as infrastructure also. For example, I can just say the hospital that I am working right now. It is a very old building now. The Panchayat Raj PR department has released funds of 1 crore 60 lakh for the infrastructure for the new building construction, according to there is a standard protocol, operating protocol according to that. So, and one important part is the training part, that is the partnership for knowledge and implementation, which is again whatever the technology interface and in medical health services, like everything, this technology diagnostic services enabled, it is something I should say, technology diagnostic services, technology enabled diagnostic services. Without technology, it's not possible. It's not possible at all, actually. So I should say that, and that partnership, that is public and private sector partnership, without that, it is not possible. Financing, that is finance, provider payment reforms. So we are drawing disbursing officers also, where we have to definitely pass our EOT, executive officers test, or that is what we call as accounts test. So all these systems, these things are very important actually, where the health wellness center, from we actually take the what we call, then again we take the feedback also. And all these things actually, and are they have ID and passwords. IDs actually allotted to from maternal, from the time of the maternal time till the adulthood, as well as what I should say, geriatric. I think the old. So house to house survey, even that fast track house to house surveys are being conducted. We conduct it definitely, and then prospective studies, then national programs are there. So the health wellness centers now, they are much more equipped now through this comprehensive primary health center, using technology interface and medical health services, and even robotic surgeries. And from here, primary health centers, I can directly log in, and I can refer, I mean, use the telehealth system to avail the services of district hospital, whoever is available, and then even to NIMS and AIMS, and they are available. So it's like that actually. Again, I should say here that whatever we wish to actually, now India has become a healthcare capital in the world. So software engineers are rendering healthcare services, integrating technologies. We have our own CDAC, that is the data managers and operative coding systems and everything, health. And because without the health, actually that is the future, because so we keep tracking about the health of the born child from the maternal health, the ID is given to the assigned to the mother. Then after birth, the special ID is assigned to the child, and then the same ID is linked to Aadhaar card, which is very important, and uh, it keeps we keep a track of all these. And so health and wealth in it depends on the health of the people. Actually, the whole nation, I should say, the nation's health as well as wealth. What it depends upon the health of the people. That is and the basic health literacy is very important. That I said now. That is community mobilization and health promotion like this. And if any revolution has to happen, it shouldn't happen in the health sector. And it has happened. And I'm sorry to bother you, like the revolution has to happen not only should actually in the health sector, but the nation is dependent upon the health of the citizens. So a healthy mother gives a healthy child, and the healthy child becomes a healthy citizen, and then he is the part of the nation. So we, the community and the government, should form into an excellent networking association, and we have formed it actually to make India the health capital of the world. Now we are not importing, now we are exporting. The R&D, the R&D is at such a level that even public-private sectors are now being set up, and they are running excellently. And without all this, it's not possible. And let's take it's a long journey actually. I just gave an overview. So the organization actually, the family, household, and community level. At this level, then health and wellness center that should be strengthened. Then the first referral. Previously, the first referral was the DH, district hospital. Now it has become, the specialists are being assigned in the primary, comprehensive primary health center. So in general, I should say, now if I go in depth, actually now health wellness centers infrastructures are equipped with the consulting spaces. This is a what we call standard operating this one, wellness rooms, ensuring privacy, yoga, physiotherapy, group meetings, telemedicine facilities, point of care diagnostics, POC. It's very important, hub and spoke. The drug dispensation, storage, drugs and consumables, all this actually, without technology, it's not possible. Logistics, even the vaccines to be stored at so and so, the deep freezers, the DF, what we call the artificial intelligence encrypted DF, deep freezers, and storage of drugs, consumables, waiting areas, and then branding, color coding, then display boards, and again engaging philanthropy, which is a very important part that we neglect, is promoting CSR. The philanthropies to build the philanthropies to building up these are very important part. It's an example of this one. So expanding HR, that is the health and wellness center actually. Here the team, one MBBS doctor is then a staff nurse, one's pharmacist, lab technician. We are now we are using vacuuteners with automatic syringes, and previously it wasn't there. So everything now it is then self-help groups are being all this actually. So the maintenance of this continuum of care is very important, and follow up of the patients, and bringing I mean now here the important thing I want to tell is at the end actually uh, the time actually is limited. Now it's a vast ocean. Recently, the applications have been developed like anemia shield, A shield, and installed into the into the mobile phones, 4G mobile phones, and they have been distributed to the auxiliary nurse and midwives, and uh, uh, the anemia hemoglobin level was checked, and it was very successful, where so many people were diagnosed with having anemia. When now anemia, if I take low, that is less hemoglobin, now that is a big part, that is a separate entity, because the reason for anemia workup has to be done. So that is one example. Now it has been successfully done, and next it has been launched into other districts and other states also, and a shield, as well as universal health program for school children, government school children, social, where the children actually are underprivileged and studying in social welfare hostels and schools. We have done extensive, prepared and done extensive workup, and then we are maintaining database. So all the OP, all the patients that I see and we see, the junior doctors or the doctors, they see it. The whole database is again stored, and with a special ID, something like data warehouse. So without the help of information technology and this interface, artificial intelligence, and it is not possible. And I'm very thankful and grateful actually. So this continuum of care actually, now here at block and district, chief medical officer discharge patients, and there is so many services now have been now focused on curative care, predominant and continuum of care only for maternal. This paradigm shift at multiple policy and operational levels. So HSC led by one or two multipurpose workers, supported by ASHAs, and ASHAs are part of our healthcare system. Now here, if we actually adding community health officer at the health wellness centers and multi-skilling of primary, it requires states of envision a career progression pathway also. Now there are a few examples of the health wellness centers now, and at various parts of the 4 parts of India. I should say that let's take a pledge on this 74th Republic Day to improve and sustain the health index, actually, and I should say health indices in what we call as in a very let's take a pledge on this okay, to improve and sustain the health indices, okay, of our in country. And sorry for disappointing you regarding the sentence that I told. If any revolution has to happen, it should happen in the health sector. It's not like it should. It should also happen in health sector, and it's happening. It's being rendering robotic surgeries, everything what we have been speaking about. And so this is in brief, I should say. I hope I have just given a glimpse of it. In future sessions, if you just can give me a chance, I can take you into I think I took it. I bored you because studying a medicine textbook, half a page, and that's all we dropped down. But very thankful, okay, to all the panelists, and especially to the organizers, IFERPs. This is it's after a long time actually that I am giving a webinar actually. Yeah, live lectures and trainings are more, and thank you, the panelists. Any questions and any queries? My email ID and everything, I will just pass on to the hosts. And there is a lot more actually. Each disease actually is an ocean. So to brief it into half an hour, it's thanking you. Okay, thank you very much. Have a wonderful. It was a wonderful day, and happy 74th Republic Day to all of you.
Thank you, sir. And
can I see my camera?
Yes, you can end the screen share. You have an option called.
I have,
end your screen sharing.
End your, yeah. Stop share. Yes. This was without a.
Thank you, sir. It was really good information about health. As you say, it's very important topic on which everyone has to be aware about. And yeah, due to after this COVID-19, that everyone has some basic idea of what's happening in healthcare and what are the steps to be taken in order to be much healthier. So yes, and revolution, when you talk about revolution, yes, it's a bigger topic where it can start in any sector, but when it comes to healthcare, yeah, it's a bigger time where we also have artificial intelligence and advanced technologies which allow us to do extreme life-saving operations. So overall speaking, we are pretty sure that we will give you a better time to explain in depth about whatever the insights you have it, and we will also assign with a particular segment of people who are ready to have a discussion and to learn more about the health sector.
Yeah, sure.
Coming to our final section.
And thank you to Lieutenant Commander Saini. From the start of the inception, I have also been as an attaché to CRPF, and currently I am also the Unit Medical Officer, ACP, medical for the police training academy here in Karimnagar district, which is South India's largest with indoor firing range, and on top 10, it is on the top 10 level actually. And I'm very happy serving you, serving the enforcement department and the paramilitary and the military also. I'm really.
It's awesome to hear that, sir, and the way you given yourself to save some lives in rural areas and both poor and rich people is really appreciable. And looking forward to have many more sessions to give a basic awareness about health. And now we will go on to the next session, which will be the video which we have tried earlier to play down. And the speaker was Professor Dr. GVR Sastry. He is the chairman, Coastal India Development Council, New Delhi, who is going to deliver his speech through the virtual video. As he's occupied today because of this Republic Day, he was unfortunate that he is not able to attend us through virtual. So he shared the video on creation of economic lifeline based on sustainable infrastructure and macro and micro influence of economics. So we will share the screen now.
Sunil, I think again there is no voice.
I'm not able to hear actually.
Yeah, there is no voice.
Yes, ma'am. One quick moment. I will try to share from my screen.
Yeah.
We can play forward that video so that I think in next we have some voice. Play forward 2-3 minutes, I think. In starting, sometimes there is no good voice.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity, India at 75. Thanks to IFERP for publishing this, organizing this webinar. India 75 is very, very important aspect. My speech is related with, would like to emphasize the creation of economic lifeline for the nation, which is very vital and key for this. Because creation of economic lifeline comes with the sustainable infrastructure. Because there are macro and micro level elements and dynamics are going to influence these decisions. But the economic lifeline of any nation, it is depends on how you plan and execute things, including balance of payments, agricultural economy, industrial economy. If at all there is a coast and the coastal integrated development. Based on this, the evaluation of human resources and natural resources is going to happen. The kind of vast coast is available for this country, 7,700 kilometers. And mostly from the beginning, from 1947 to till now, if you look at the balance sheet of all the 1947 to 2022, the sustainable development and the creation of economic lifeline, it's never ever happened. The creation of economic lifeline, still we are searching for the creation of economic lifeline. Because there is income and there is a revenue. Macro level economics are very different from the micro level. And people are, if at all optimal utilization of the natural resources is concerned for the entire coastal states, where we think that creation of economic lifeline is supposed to be happen. Because why I say that it is through coastal integrated development. The coastal agricultural reforms, coastal energy reforms, river mouth reservoirs, integration of seaports, integrated warehousings, integrated coastal cargo airport. These all key aspects of dynamics they will emerge through coastal integrated development. If you look at the infrastructure development as far as the coast is concerned, the planning was not correct so far. Because at the end of the day, we are answerable and responsible and accountable for the balance sheet of 1947 to 2022. That is the India at 75. 75 years of balance sheet is required. It's not that some political parties or leaders will give a responsibility. It is the responsibility of the people. A responsibility to understand the balance sheet of this country for across all the 130 crores population. Unless until this kind of this kind of awareness is not going to emerge among the people, we will not be able to attain and achieve anything. This is most important aspect. Because I know that disaster management is not our development. Disaster management is not at all a part of our development program. Because any development happens when you consider the disaster management. You have to keep provisions for the disaster management. So far, if any massive rains, 4 days rains, 3 days rains of Hyderabad and Chennai, it exhibits that we are still lacking the contingency plan and crisis management and disaster management. We don't know how to overcome these kind of issues. So sustainable infrastructure, it is must. We need to understand basics to be addressed in urban development and rural development in a very clear-cut manner. Because here the micro elements as far as the economics is concerned, even though looks expensive, but the optimum utilization of natural resources will definitely emerge. There the growth is going to happen. The beginning of creation of economic lifeline, it starts from there. Because the longer your infrastructure is going to allow you to sustain, the higher returns are going to emerge, and the people are going to be involved in this. If at all they are not involved in the entire process, then the people, whatever we are expecting from this action through economic actions, that deliverables may not, visible. That is the reason the country needs the way we expect the income from the natural resources. There is a gap. The gap has to be filled with revenue, and the revenue is from the taxes part and the collection of the people. My understanding is very clear that revenue can be utilized on 4 elements: health, education, transportation, and communication. But what we are doing, we are not spending anything on health, education, transportation, communication. We are spending, but that is not that. The wavelength, the way we need to spend, we are not able to spend it. That is the story. So that dynamics has to be changed. I feel, thanks to the government, that Mr. Modi government, that at least they are focusing on it. So far, we never ever focused on it. We are focusing now. That shift is now it is happening. The shift is taking place. So that is where that coming years, the people will realize that health and education reforms, as well as the transportation and communication reforms, because there are super fast highways, express highways, because the supply chain management, these 4 elements is going to drive the optimum solution as far as the supply chain management is concerned. Supply chain management is the heart of this nation. We need to understand this supply chain management, because the common man is only paying these supply chain management costs rather than the cost of the product. If you see the onion production cost is hardly 2 rupees, 3 rupees, 4 rupees, but it never ever happened that they will pay more than that. But what is happening? The end user pays more than 20 rupees, 30 rupees. Why? The difference between production is the cost of production and this is difference. So that is the most important aspect. I feel it is not at all correct that we need to address this. The supply chain management solution, it comes with the integrated warehousing, integrated multi-purpose, multi-level warehousing concept is required for this aspect. The creation of economic lifeline. The key element is integration of integrated multi-purpose, multi-level warehousing. Then comes to the coastal infrastructure development, the connectivity. Then comes to the infrastructure, the basic infrastructure of the cities, including the definition and the dynamics of what it is emerging in the smart cities. So these all things will create an economic lifeline. The industrial policy, then states come, and then it comes to the states. Then they can divide in a robust kind of industrial capability. So these are the so many elements. I would suggest it's very important for any nation to develop and design a constant economic approach. A constant economic approach leads to a creation of economic lifeline. If there is any disconnection, because in the 75 at India, there is only one element is missing. That is disaster management. The disaster management and optimum utilization of natural resources and common man purchasing power. Common man purchasing power, we are not able to address it. Common man purchasing power is very, very essential for this nation to understand the what kind of dynamics the common man purchasing power is really addressing it. So these are the elements I would like to touch upon, and rest. And because of shorter time, I'm traveling, so I thought I can give and wish you a very, very happy Republic Day to all. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity by IFERP for this note. And thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and that was the video. Finally, we are able to play that. And once again, I would like to conclude the day by addressing a few points. Like, I believe that this event was informative to all of the participants, I guess. And here on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the professors, academicians, and delegates who have joined us today. I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. B.K. Venkataramu, Sri Ashish Chong, Dr. Pratima Kandalwal, Professor Dr. G.V.R. Sastry, Sri Virendra Sharma, Dr. Ande Murli Varaprasad, Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, Sri Sitaram Meena, and Lieutenant Commander Jaswant Saini, and Dr. Kaja G.M. Baibani to take out time from their busy schedule to grace this event. I congratulate all the participants for their active participation, and thank you everyone once again for making this event a great success. And further, IFFP would share all the email address of the speakers who are in need, and further down we will organize a unique individual webinars according to the speakers availability and the participants request. And we are looking forward to have such wonderful sessions in future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night for now. Jai Hind.
Good night, Jai Hind. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you for putting us, all of us in, showing us, everybody, all of us in a single needle, because it's really was very insightful, and looking forward for more such webinars. Okay, I really appreciate. And,
thank you, sir. And
Thank you
the
so
concerned
much.
coordinators will be in touch with you. Concerned coordinators will be in touch with the esteemed speakers to find out their availability and to find out what's better to bring awareness among the people. So once again, I thank everyone, and we will be ending the session right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, sir.